in the Southeast Gassers besides maybe AFX. Traditionally, there's that little dry hop that Quayne Stott likes to do in his preparation for getting ready to race. A little bit of difference from 2 years ago when he, or last year when he raced in our A-Gas division in his 48 Anglia. So definite difference, drop about 2 cylinders and about 250 horsepower. And now you find Quayne Stott in the right lane. I just was informed that's Joey Little who was going to try to go down to the RACE Motorsports Insurance left lane. And looks like they're pushing that orange Volkswagen back. So we'll go with the next two. Next up going to be Sean Landis in the RACE Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's going to be driving a 55 Studebaker now. It looks like a 53 because it's got a 53 front clip on it. It's actually a 55 Studebaker. Landis hails from here in Knoxville, Tennessee. And if you remember last year, he was campaigning a Plymouth Fury. So this year he has moved over to the Studebaker, and he's going to go down the track alongside of the Aiken, South Carolina native Larry Noel and the Crazy Pony, the 1948 Anglia. Noel will be over in the Quick Time Performance right lane. So Larry Noel, our 2018 SEGA World Champion in a 56 Chevy, finds himself in this new livery, the car he debuted last year. I think he did at the end of the year. Just another gorgeous paint job by Larry Noel on that 48 Anglia, the Crazy Pony. Kind of come by that paint job by a little bit of research and a little bit of happenstance. He didn't think it was going to come out quite that color, but I told him, I said, man, it just really is an incredible color. And Sean Landis still looking to get his car painted and in action, but glad to be racing here at Knoxville Dragway. All right, moving right into Superstock. Mickey Huddleston going to be in the RACE Motorsports Insurance left lane in his Impala. 63 Biscayne of Rob Walden going to be over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Rob Walden, a winner in the Superstock division earlier this year in his car, the 63 Biscayne called the Strychnine. 409 cubic inches underneath the hood for him. Mickey Huddleston, he's out of the Tennessee, I think it is Crossville, Tennessee is where he hails from. His car called the Tricky Mickey. Cookville, Tennessee, where Mickey Huddleston calls home. In that beautiful 61 Bel Air that he's driving. Cars look almost identical. Great little Superstock race right here. Huddleston with a little bit of a drop on him on the line. Coming around him on the big end is going to be Rob Walden, getting to the stripe first. John Wise up next. He's out of Attica, New York. He's going to be in that Gold Dust Barracuda in the Quick Time Performance right lane. And in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane, going to be Kenny Phillips out of Campobello, South Carolina, in the car that he calls Street Legal. I want to thank all you fans who are coming in through the gate. I mean, we still see a steady stream all the way out the gate, down the road, coming in here to the Knoxville Dragway. And people who are already in here, want to thank you for joining us here today at Knoxville Dragway. And we hope to put on one of the best nostalgia drag races that you have ever been to. Wheels up, 4 speeds. First one to the finish line is going to advance. If you lose, you load your ride. That's the way we operate here in the Southeast Gassers. That's a good super stock drag race right there, folks. Wise getting to the finish line first. The Attica, New York native making a pull all the way down here. Ronnie Jones in the Crimson and Clover, the 67 Camaro here out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Going to be over in the Quick Time Performance right lane. And in the left lane, going to be Don Wilmot out of Decatur, Georgia. Wilmot from Decatur, Georgia, in his 66 Mustang Coupe. He'll be occupying the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane. Christy Burchett going to help Don Wilmot back up and getting his tracks after a long burnout by Wilmot. Short burnout is what Ronnie has chosen over there in the Crimson and Clover, and that car has run really well here in super stock category. I know he lost a motor a couple of races back, but he's come back here and making a run here today in his hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee. Quick Performance Racing transmission under there, and a 333 cubic inch Chevy, the motor of choice for Ronnie Jones in the Crimson and Clover. As we continue in Superstock, once again, I want to welcome all of you into the MAHLE Motorsports Mountain Nationals here at Knoxville Dragway, as we are just getting started with first round of qualifying. Chad Royal is going to be in the Breeze that sits over in the Quick Time Performance right lane. Going to be Bryant Dalton Sr. He'll be in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane in his car that sits number 2 in points right now, the 63 Ford Falcon Futura out of Sevierville, Tennessee. So a very close race, a hometown track for Bryant Dalton Sr. in his super stocker that he has sitting in the number 2 spot right now in our current points championship. Taking Dalton a while to get back into his beams or into his tracks as he laid down on those 7-inch spec super stock tires that are mandated here in the Southeast Gassers. So Chad Royals over in the quick time performance lane in that 4-door car, the Breeze, trying to make some rounds here. All right, Washington, Indiana is where the man in the left lane calls home. That is none other than Eddie Willis in the car that he calls the gift, the 67 Camaro. Willis going to be occupying the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. And in the right lane, going to be Alan Lovelady in the underdog out of Hayden, Alabama, another 67 Camaro. So Eddie Willis streaking through the top end right there with a good pass. Next two coming down are going to be in the quick time performance right lane. Tony Nowosadzki in the Public Enemy. He's out of Gardendale, Alabama, that 1956 Chevy, a beautiful race car. And in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane, going to be our point leader and man who has been dominating our category here in Superstock, none other than Jerry Dean out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama. Seagas, you need to be in the lanes now. Seagas, you need to be in the lanes now. B-Gas, you need to be making your way to the lanes because we're about to get ready to start C. So B-Gas, you need to be making your way to the lanes as well. Karen Mitchell right out front helping out Jerry Dean as she is the crew chief on that last Rebel 2. American Truck Repair on the side there for Jerry Dean, helping him pay the bills. And I would just bet with all I got that Jerry Dean just went to the top in the #1 qualifier in Superstock. So there's your #1 qualifier, the last Rebel 2 after the first round of qualifying here in Superstock. B-Gas, make your way to the lanes. C, you should already be there. If you're not there right now, C-Gas, you need to get moving. B-Gas, you need to be making your way to the lanes, please. Good, we got those C-Gassers already in the lanes, ready to go. B-Gas making your way on up.
So I'm just going to manually tilt it as they come down the track. I think that's going to look better instead of having it set, because that way I can zoom all the way in on the starting line. I'm just going to have to get in.
So as we get ready here to bring Superstock around the corner, just to give you guys who might be new to us, and I have to remember that everybody don't know all the things that they might know, and it might be their first race here. Our Superstock category operates on a weight per cubic inch. Our C-gas cars and all our cars operate on pounds per cubic inch. So our C-gas cars have to weigh 10 pounds per cubic inch of displacement. So if they claim 350 cubic inches, the car's got to weigh 3,500 pounds. So you see a lot of different combinations. Some choose the motto, there's no... Some of our competitors choose the motto, there is no replacement for displacement, and choose a big motor. And some choose the small motor, lightweight, trying to move it down the racetrack faster, because they think that that combination may help. You hear a lot of high RPMs, a lot of things like that going on, and some of the bigger motors, you know, they have to run a heavier car. So it's interesting to watch these cars being built, the combinations that the drivers want to put in them, and what they feel comfortable with. Right now you have Josh Pruitt on the line, a multiple-time winner. I think he's got 12 wins in our C-Gas division over his career here in a 63 Ford Fairlane. He's out of Inman, South Carolina, over in the Quick-Time Performance right lane. In the left lane, out of Ellery, Illinois, we've got Scott Wallace in the Indian Express, a 1952 Pontiac Chieftain. Wheels up, heads up, leave right there. That was a good job. Coming around the corner, Cookeville, Tennessee racer, Randy Kiefer in the Spine Tingler 2. As he's changed this car from a super stock car, now he's put it into C-Gas this year. He's going to be over in the Quick-Time Performance right lane with his Butler Performance engine underneath the hood, and he's going to go down the track alongside of B.B. Brown out of Dalton, Georgia, in the Deputy Dog. B.B. Brown driving a 1941 Willys two-door sedan, 327 cubic inch small block Patrick race engine underneath the hood. Blair Patrick providing the horsepower under there. And here's one of those combinations we talked about, 406 cubic inch Butler Performance engine underneath the hood of that big 56 Pontiac Chieftain wagon of Randy Kiefer's. So he's chosen the big motor, the big car. Other people choose the small motor with the small car, as is the case here with B.B. Brown in the 41 Willys. Nice run by Randy Kiefer right there. I really saw that car take off. That is a lot of car to get moving that fast, but like we said before, with the 406 cubic inches underneath the hood, it was able to do that, and that was a good pass right there for Randy Kiefer. All right, Rick Taylor coming up next in his 59 Corvette. He'll be in the Quick Time Performance right lane. He resides in Arizona, makes his way all the way out here to race with us in the Southeast Gassers because he found out about us, of all things, folks, while watching YouTube. He's been with us about 6 years now. This is the second car that he has built, and now he's debuting this beautiful 59 Corvette. And in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, we got Mark Halleck in that 56 called the Sasquatch. Car formerly was the Flower Power car. What a beautiful leave right there for Rick Taylor. I know that's he has got to have a smile on his face as he's down there on that return road. Rick Taylor has been wanting that and wanting that. What a clean pass out of that brand new car that he's debuting out here in that 59 Corvette. Got the wheels up on it, straight as an arrow. That was a great one. Great pass for Rick Taylor right there. John Leidick up next from Perry, Georgia in his 1957 Chevy. He's going to sit over there in the Quick Time Performance right lane. In the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, that is Jaron Perdue out of Peebles, Ohio in the 62 Chevy 2 wagon. Perdue leading the points right now in our C-Gas category, and that car is an absolute bullet. So one to keep your eye on right there. Gene Fulton power underneath the hood for him. Track personnel doing a little checking down track, making sure everything's just right before we let anybody else go. So appreciate that. Appreciate them keeping our drivers safe and this racetrack rolling smoothly. Because we always know what to expect when we come here to Knoxville Dragway. Thank you, B-Gas drivers, for getting up here and getting in the lanes. We appreciate y'all getting up here to keep this show rolling right along. C-Gas, y'all are doing well as we finish y'all up here in the next 6 or 8 pair. Good showing today of race cars that we have here at Knoxville Dragway. Okay, folks, on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the tower side of the racetrack, if you are standing along the fence, you need to go find you a place to sit down because you're blocking the people that are in the front rows there. They can't see the racing. So we need y'all to move away from the fence, find you a seat in the newly constructed bleachers that have been put up here just for that reason. So if you are blocking people in their stands, we need you to move so everybody can have a great fan experience here today. Once again, John Leidick in the Quick Time Performance lane. Jaron Peebles in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Heather Peak bringing up Jaron Perdue, and Christy Burchett bringing John Leidick up to the line. couple of good runs right there by those guys. Once again, fans, if you are standing on the left-hand side of the track on the tower side, blocking people's view that are in the stands, you need to find a seat in those newly constructed stands that these people at Knoxville Dragway have made the commitment to put up new stands. So find your way into those stands so everybody can see and have a good fan experience here today. All right, next two up coming up is none other than the man sitting number 2 in the C-Gas points. That is Ernie Smith, the Saturday night special in the RACEDAY Motorsports left lane. His daughter Hannah backing him up. Ernie out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. Todd Hertel race engine underneath the hood for him. He's going to go down the track alongside of Diana Casto out of Shelbyville, West Virginia, in her Falcon that's called the Quick Draw. All right, Brad Wimberly going to be up next from McDonough, Georgia in the 1962 Comet, the Southern Sizzler. Lamar Walden race engine under the hood for him in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's going to go down the track alongside the man that sits number 3 in points right now in our C-Gas category. That is none other than Alfred Adams out of Clover, South Carolina, in his 55 Chevy called the Damn It Bob, with a Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood for him. All right, continuing in our C-Gas category. All right, in the quick time performance lane, going to find Tony Tagenhorst in the 1965 Chevy 2, which he calls the Wasted Wages. He's out of Columbiana, Ohio. 302 cubic inch Ross race engine under the hood for him. He's going to go down the track alongside a 2-time world champion in our C-Gas category out of Abbeville, South Carolina, Mr. Tim Hall, in that Scalded Dog Rambler, the 1967 Rambler. Tim Hall builds his own motors. It's a real family organization down there. There you see his brother Tony behind that left rear tire getting video. Dad George beside the right rear tire. Mom Jane right there every step of the way. So 302 cubic inches versus 301 cubic inches right here in some lightweight C-Gas entries. Tagenhorst has got to feel real good with that pass right there, staying up with Tim Hall. And Tim Hall, you know, this year not running a full schedule because of obligations he has as his church, and got to commend him for that. But when he can show up at any racetrack, he can take home the win, as he's already proven this year, as he won our inaugural race at Shadyside Dragway in the opener of the season. So a good run right there by him. All right, the man who won the world championship last year, our defending world champion, Todd Oden, in that 1958 Delray. He hails out of Birmingham, Alabama, in the 1958 Delray that sits in the quick time performance right lane. One-way technologies providing the horsepower underneath the hood for Todd Oden. His wife Gina backing him up, to the attention of Joey Reed, car chief and cousin. Another family organization right here. Todd Oden had some medical problems, had to miss a race, and has blown one motor at a race. So he finds himself sitting down in about 4th place in the points right now, uncharacteristic for him, but one that you always have to keep at the forefront of this class. All right, that's going to wrap it up for the C-Gas category right here as we move into B-Gas. So I'm going to call A-Gas to the lanes, please. A-Gas cars to the lanes, please. As we get ready to start B-Gas, we need A making their way to the lanes, please. first couple of coming down around the corner is going to be Kelvin Cannon out of Elizabethton, Tennessee, in that 33 panel van that he calls the Loose Cannon. One of the unique things about Kelvin Cannon is Kelvin has raced in many different disciplines and is a wonderful, wonderful engineer and built several cars out here on the Southeast Gasser circuit. So that car has really improved this year as well in its performance and has him up in the points in B-Gas. I think he's actually within the top 5. Don't have that in front of me right now, but he's going to go down the track alongside Wayne Swafford out of Fingerville, South Carolina, in that Fulton prepared motor underneath the hood of his car that he calls Leroy. Swafford, a multiple-time winner in B-Gas in his past, had a bad auto accident and has been off for about a year, year and a half, but now finds himself back behind the seat of his own race car and feeling good about that. So that car is a potential winner every time it comes to the racetrack. As soon as we're ready right here, we'll run B-Gas at you. Those cars weigh 8 pounds per cubic inch of displacement. So where our C-Gas was 10 pounds, our B-Gas is going to be 8 pounds per cubic inch of displacement. So the aforementioned Wayne Swafford going to choose the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane right here. All right, first pair in B-Gas getting ready to go down after doing their burnouts. Christy Burchett backing up Kelvin Cannon in the quick time performance right lane. And in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane, Robin Harris helping out Wayne Swafford. Good race right there. Those cars hustling down the racetrack. Two real good numbers. Kelvin Cannon, I'm telling you, he continues to shave ET off of that times in that car. Man who is leading our points and a defending, well, not our defending world champion, but a world champion from a couple of years ago, Ken Rainwater. He hails out of Kimberly, Alabama. He finds himself in the quick time performance right lane. Going down the left lane is going to be Mark Jones in the Mini Quick 3. He's out of Elizabeth, Arkansas, in that 37 Chevy in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Once again, these cars weighing 8 pounds per cubic inch displacement. So Jones's car, for instance, got a 378 cubic inch motor in it. So you can figure up that times 8 pounds and figure up how much that car weighs. Mechanical fuel injection is the way of choice over there for the Renegade of Ken Rainwater. One-Way Technologies providing the cylinder heads on that motor. I think Huntsville Race Shop, Huntsville Motors Racing Engines provides the rest of the power on that Renegade car, who's already won 3 races this year on the Southeast Gassers Tour. Rainwater straight and true down that racing surface. Not as good as what he did last night, but only 0.02 off of last night's elapsed time is Ken Rainwater. So that right there is going to be a tough one to beat. Bill Revel is going to be in that 63 Comet out of Canton, North Carolina, the Black Betty. He'll find himself in the Quick Time Performance right lane. And in the left lane is going to find the Loganville, Georgia racer, Jimmy Huff, in the Hoopty Coupe. And he'll be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Todd Hertel Race Engines underneath the hood right there for Bill Revels. Jimmy Huff builds his own horsepower in his Loganville shop. I tell you what, if you want to see a long race car really get hustling down a racetrack, check you out this Black Betty car. A little bit longer than the 62 Comet that is campaigned by Brad Wimberly and Seagas. Maybe it's just my vision, but it just looks like a longer car. So something going wrong with Jimmy Huff. They're having problems with him. They're going to have to push him back off the starting line. And so competition single right here for Bill Revels as he'll make a solo pass. All right, coming up next around the corner when we restart B-Gas, going to be none other than the Lenore City, Tennessee racer, Ted McKee in the Rocky Top Missile. He's our 2024 world champion. He sits at the ready in his Fulton race engine with a Blake Housley race car. I think now we're West Clapton crew just making some final preparations here on this left lane. I don't know what it could be, but I know they know what's going on, so I'll let them take care of that. But while we have this little break, 4 rounds of racing in all categories today. We've got 11 cars in our B-Gas category. We've got 15 cars in our C-Gas category and 12 in our Superstock category, combined with 14 in our A gas category. So A gas cars should already be in the lanes right now, and we will be getting to B gas continuing in just a few moments. And while we do, we want to thank our sponsor here today, MAHLE Motorsports. If you need any type of piston rings or pistons, or want to talk about combinations, we have technical advisors here on the site today. So make sure you get over and see those guys. MAHLE's been keeping people in motion for more than 100 years. MAHLE Motorsports is a technology leader in forged pistons and rings. The North American Motorsports Division was established in 2000 and works with elite racing organizations, providing the highest quality pistons known as the Power Pack piston. What began in the 1920s with one aluminum piston and a small family workshop has evolved into the most advanced, lightweight, low-drag piston with unmatched performance and durability. So drop by the booth, and that's right behind the tower, to get some technical advice or to go ahead and make your orders for any type of builds that you're going to do over the winter. The Larice family has been in the insurance business since 1939, and for much of that time, they've been very passionate about drag racing. Their personal experience has helped everyone realize that the need for racers to have access to affordable, comprehensive insurance policies on and off the track for hazards that they may encounter. They know how much is riding on your investment because they have investments in racing of their own. Larice Motorsports has revolutionized the insurance and racing worlds by creating the first insurance policy for racers by racers. With more than 80 years in the insurance industry and 60 in drag racing alone, the Larice family is proud to have created a policy that provides broad coverage and offsets the gaps commonly found in other common policies by insurance carriers. Let Larice Motorsports' knowledgeable staff and claims department show you why so many people across the U.S. have already chosen Larice Motorsports Insurance to protect their racing investments. One way. One Way Technologies is a company that offers CNC ported cylinder heads and race equipment development. One Way was formed in early 2016 with the combination of Jones Engineering and Weldtech. Jeff Jones of Jones Engineering and Chris Grace of Weldtech merged their individual businesses to combine the talents of cylinder head development and CNC porting of cylinder heads. In their relationship, One Way Technologies is now recognized as a leader in the CNC porting and of cylinder heads, and in their partnership, One Way is recognized as a race engine development technology company. One Way's multiple competition circuits ranging from drag racing, circle track racing in both dirt and asphalt, truck and tractor pulling, offshore boat racing, and land speed record attempts, and various specialized engine builds. Give One Way a call, and they welcome the challenge of preparing cylinder heads for any type of racing combination that you request. Contact One Way Technologies for all your high-end performance engine needs and cylinder heads. And if you wish, One Way Technologies is on social media, in Facebook, Instagram, and at the1waytech.com. All right, we got a few race cars that need to be pushed back to the pits. But if we got all these golf carts lined up right here in front of the K-Town Cafe, they can't get through there because we got cars in the staging lanes. So if you have a golf cart right there, we kindly request that you move that golf cart and help our racers get back to their pit so they can work on their race cars and possibly get them back in competition. So if you have a golf cart up here, kindly move it, please. Another one of our great sponsors, QuickTime Performance. They've been in business since 2002 and have been the development, engineering, and manufacturing and distribution of exhaust systems and components that are supplying the automotive aftermarket. They supply products for hot rods, muscle cars, off-road, light truck, and import performance markets. No other company offers the range of integrated components like they do. Manufacturers of electronically controlled exhaust systems, the QuickTime electric cutout, aggressor cutout pipes, screamers, twin-tronic exhaust systems, and mufflers. 20 years plus of adjustable exhaust technology, and they have invented the electric cutout themselves. So they pride themselves on being an American company, providing American-made products and supporting our customers. And if you want to go over and check them out, they're right there at the end, our staging area, and go out and check out those guys with Barry and Jack Adler, and they can tell you all about what they offer as we get ready to move right back into B-Gas continuation of first round qualifying. As we said before, Ted McKee in the Rocky Top Missile finds himself in the QuickTime Performance lane on the right-hand side, and in the left-hand lane, in the race lane, that is going to be Mike Blackwell out of Campbell, South Carolina, in his 1955 Thunderbird. So G-force and power underneath the hood of both of these race cars. 420 cubic inches is the cubic inch of choice for Ted McKee in the Rocky Top Missile. I'm not sure what Mike Blackwell's claiming is his cubic inches, but these cars weigh 8 pounds per cubic inch that they claim. The 55 Thunderbird, built by Stott Speed Shop there in Columbus, North Carolina. Blake Housley, the builder of the Chevy 2 that sits in the right lane for Ted McKee. Couple of good runs right there. They're going to find him in the top 5 in B gas for sure. As we got 2 more cars coming around the corner that have won and can find themselves at the very top of the heap in B gas, as we got Sparta, Tennessee racer Charlie Lee, the winner of our race there in Jackson, Tennessee, our most recent race, who finds himself in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. And in the right lane, the 21-year-old out of Birmingham, Alabama, Michael Oden, in the 62 Chevy 2 called the Double Down 2. One-way technologies providing the power in that one from top to bottom. Michael Oden, the winner of our Gulfport, Mississippi race last year, looking to find victory lane here in 2025. His mother, Gina, bringing him to the starting line, getting him ready to go. Charlie Lee's dad is the builder of his motor in that car. 322 cubic inches, the cubic inch of choice for Charlie Lee. Not the run that Michael Oden was looking for, but a good run for Charlie Lee right there. That puts Charlie Lee, I think, maybe to the top of B gas. But good and straight by both cars. Michael Oden, the 21-year-old, usually razor sharp on the tree. And that was our last 2 in B gas, as we'll move on to A gas. Keep in mind, if you're parking your golf cart there, if we got some cars that need to get back to their trailer, make sure you move your golf cart, your moped, your mini bike, whatever you may be using right there. Keep that area as clear as possible. Brad Henry, a guy that I hadn't gotten to speak with yet, but a beautiful race car. Brad, I see you strapping in right there. Beautiful race car you got, and good luck to you here today at your home track here in Knoxville. Fulton race engine under the hood for him. You're going to find Gene Fulton providing a lot of power here in the Southeast Gassers. A-gas cars weigh 6 pounds per cubic inch of displacement, so making them the fastest cars we have here this afternoon. You'll see speeds up in the area of 130 miles an hour, some of the top running A-gas cars. So these guys really laying it down, and the margin of victory in this class is just razor thin, as it is in all our classes. A lot of people like to get tickets and sit right up here by the starting line, and that's exciting, but if you can watch the finish line strike or watch it on our replays or live on our Facebook or in YouTube pages, you're going to see some of the most close, razor sharp, thin races that you're going to see at the finish line right down there. And you people are along the right-hand side in the guardrail, the grandstands down there. I think you're going to see some of the best racing action that we have to offer here today.
LaRace Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. LaRace Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. LaRace insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. LaRace even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call LaRace Motorsports Insurance today.
One of qualifying. First up, the 1958 Corvette of Kenneth Phillips. The Silver Streak 2 finds himself in the quick time performance right lane. And in the quick time, the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane, that's going to be Ray Ballou in the Bad Alibi, the 1955 Ford, with a 455 cubic inch Ford motor underneath the hood for him. 412 cubic inches small block under the hood for Kenneth Phillips out of Gene Fulton's Fulton Race Engines. Like a bullet down the racetrack. That is one of the best times I've seen Kenneth ever post right there. Wow, that was strong by that silver Corvette. And I'm telling you, folks, if you want to jump into the deep end of the pool, come on into A-Gas. It's hot and it's deep, because I'm telling you, we got some lightning fast race cars. And another pair right here on the starting, out of the water box right now, finds Todd Blackwell in the quick time performance lane in his car that he calls the Slingshot, a 1966 Nova. Scott Duggan's Par Race engine under the hood for him. And over in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane, we've got Enoch Dixon. Don't have much information on Enoch Dixon other than that's him and he's in A-Gas. Like to get some more bio information on Enoch Dixon. If someone could help me out from that crew with a few notes, that would help a lot. 477 cubic inches, a big block underneath the hood in that car that sits in the right lane of Blackwell. Mandy Blackwell bringing her husband up to the line. Already pre-staged is Blackwell. Todd Blackwell getting loose out there after the 330 mark. What a job of driving right there by the seat of his pants. And folks, honestly, that's why you saw Todd let Dixon leave early. Last night out here, Todd had a cross-track incident that almost took out Greg Snelson, the Joker. He did a lot of work. He was unable to make another pass, so that's why he let Dixon go down the racetrack. He did not want to get near him again in any type of way and hurt Dixon's chances, cars, or themselves. So very conscientious move right there by Todd Blackwell, as we got Brad Henry that we were talking about before in that Wild Child, the 1941 Willis, sitting over in the quick time performance lane. And in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane, we have Chase Howard out of Greer, South Carolina in the 67 Chevelle, the USA 1. Both these cars have Gene Fulton power plants underneath the hood 477 cubic inches for both drivers. Howard sits number 2 in our current point standings. Great run right there by Howard. We got a lot of numbers that are getting close to records. And I got to think at our next event down in Gulfport, Mississippi, that those records will fall again because we'll only be 15 feet above sea level. And these carbureted motors are going to feast in that kind of environment. Up here on the hill, it's a little bit different, so it makes these elapsed times even more impressive that they're doing it at elevation. All right, the abbreviated burnout of Ben Christopher, our winner from our most recent race in Jackson, Tennessee, as Ben Christopher sits in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Big block Chevy built by Jason Line sits under the hood for him as he sits there in his happy days 1966 Chevy 2. And a man that he is very familiar with and friends with, Leslie Horn, the man he beat at our Jackson finals, sits over there in his car, the Chick Magnet, the 1955 Chevy with the Gene Fulton power plant under the hood. Horn, the defending world champion in our A-gas category. These guys have matched up against each other many times in finals, with Horn coming out with a, I think, 6-1 advantage. But Ben Christopher in that 8th round took him out in Jackson. So going to try to do it again here at Knoxville Dragway and keep his Tennessee streak alive. Not as good a run that time for Ben Christopher as he had hoped for, but still a very strong run. I'm telling you what, we got some numbers that are very, very, very tight here in just the opening 4 to 6 cars that have been down the racetrack as we get ready for the next 2. And that is Greg Stelz, the Joker, sits over in the Quick Time Performance right lane. Stelz out of Waupaca, Wisconsin in his 1957 Pontiac that he calls the Joker. He's going to go down the track alongside of Barry Lynn out of Greer, South Carolina in the Little Red Wagon, a 1965 Chevy Chevelle 2-door with horsepower provided by Par race engines to the 477 cubic inch variety. 477 cubic inches, also the size of the motor underneath the hood for Greg Stelz. Stelz's wife, Leah Stelz, bringing him up to the line. Barry Lynn already to the pre-stage. Barry Lynn with one of his better elapsed times I've ever seen him run. He really has Brian Harris working on that race car, and it gets up on the wheel and gets off the starting line very quickly. That is a good run for Barry Lynn. Not too bad for Greg Stelz as well. As the next two, we get ready to see Doyle Lynn out of Dalton, Georgia in his 1951 Henry J called the Honky Tonk. He sits in the quick time performance right lane. And in the left lane, you're going to find Dean Jonas making a return to competition here out of Mount Holly, North Carolina in his 66 Chevy 2. He calls that car the Agent Orange. Dean Jonas, a long time, almost 40-year employee of TM Race Cars with Tommy Mooney there in Spartanburg, South Carolina. He built this car by hand. Took him about 2 or 3 years to do it. Just an immaculate piece of machinery. Also takes care of his own motors with a little bit of help from Fulton Competition there in Spartanburg, South Carolina, Fulton Race Engines. Doyle Lynn got on the side of his, the racing engines. I don't know what that means, but Mountain Creek Harley Davidson also helping him pay the bills for that Henry J. Good pass right there for Dean Jonas, for a guy who's really racing part-time. He's doing that was a great elapsed time for him, one of the quickest I've seen him make. All right, last car in our A-gas here today, going to be the one of Alan Pittman, the 1941 Willis of Alan Pittman. Pittman is Sword on the side right there. Gene Fulton race engine underneath the hood, 451 cubic inches, I think, is the cubic inches for Pittman as he sits in the quick time performance right lane. And it appears as Barry Adler is going to make an attempt here. He had a incident with a wall last night, so that 63 Corvette split window got a little 200-mile-an-hour duct tape on the front of it, but fortunately that duct tape matches the color of his car, the Iron Eagle. Fulton race engine underneath the hood for both of these cars, as Barry Adler out of Moore, South Carolina, owner of Quick Time Performance. Be interesting to see if he makes a full hard pull here and intends to race today or not, because the last time I talked to him, he was very disgusted, and maybe it was just the disappointment, but he said he was going to load his car up. So looks like he's going to try to race here today, and we're glad of it, and the spectators will be glad for it as well. Really glad to see that. Mike Sword, congratulations right there on that pass. I know those guys have been working their rear ends off on that race car, and that is a elapsed time that I have not seen that car make. That's a good time for them. But congratulations to Mike Sword and all the crew down there with Alan Pittman, as that car made a solid pull. Such a beautiful race car. They've been chasing that race car for well over a year now. This is the second year they've had that 41 Willis in competition. And now to see some solid full pulls out of it, got to make you feel good. Next class you're going to see come your way is going to be our AFX category. A standing for A-Gas factory experimental. These cars predated the flip-top funny cars that you see now in competition with the NHRA and IHRA and all the nitro classes. Rob Walden going to be driving the Dixie Twister in the quick time performance lane, that 65 Chevy 2 Fastback. He's going to go down the track alongside Todd Wimberly in the Southern Comfort. Walden builds both motors in these cars. As I was saying, Rob Walden builds the engines in both of these cars. One just has a 427 cubic inch Ford FE motor in it, that being the Falcon of Wimberly, the 65 Falcon, and one being the Chevrolet application. All these cars are mechanically fuel injected and they run on methanol, so they're not a gasser, but they run on methanol. All right, we need H-Gas and Super Stock to the lanes for round number 2, please. H-Gas and Super Stock, we need you to the lanes, please, for your second round of qualifying. Really got to give it to Wes Clapp and all his crew here, Mark Rogers. These guys have this racetrack working really well. Of course, I'm not a racer, but what I'm talking about is the safety, the cars going down the racetrack smooth, straight. Man, this is really nice to have, and we appreciate all the hard work they're putting in out there in this blazing sun on that black racetrack. Next up, going to be the car of Alan Platt, a Ford 427 built by Blair Patrick. I'm sorry, that was escaping me for a moment. 427 cubic inch Ford FE motor built by Blair Patrick Race Engines. Sits in the hood, inside the hood there of the Georgia Shaker 3. Alan Platt, the son of Hubert Platt. And Hubert was a factory Ford driver back in the 60s and 70s, pro stock and everything that he did. And he and his brother Houston, who campaigned the Dixie Twister, they're in multiple halls of fame. Looks like we're going to have Jeffrey Ferguson in the Wild and Woolly 2 join him, and he'll go down the quick time performance right lane, and Alan Platt will be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Alexis Phillips bringing in Jeffrey Ferguson in that Chevy 2. Superstock and H-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. H-Gas and Superstock, we need you to the lanes, please, now. All right, while we're getting those cars to the lanes, let me bring you up to speed on qualifying round number 1. So after round number 1 in qualifying in H-Gas, Quayne Stott, and driver in that Studebaker called the Corn Pop, sits number 1, followed by Larry Noel in the Crazy Pony, Sean Landis in that 55 Studebaker, and Joey Little in the Orange Peeler VW. In our Superstock division, Jerry Dean, no surprise there, sits at the top of the list in the last Rebel 2, followed by John Wise. Cody Royals finds himself in the 3rd spot, followed by Bryant Dalton Sr. Eddie Willis rounding out the top 5 in his car called the Gift. Tony Noah Sidesky is 6th, followed by Kenny Phillips. Don Wilmot holds down the 8th slot. Ronnie Jones in the Crimson and Clover in 9th. Alan Lovelady follows out in the 10th slot, followed by Rob Walden in the Strychnine and Mickey Huddleston in the Tricky Mickey rounding out the top 12. And here's where it gets really, really close, folks. C-Gas, we got Jaron Purdue in Fulton's Ghost. He sits number 1 after round number 1 at a 6:07 on the ET. Todd Oden, a 6:07 with a 2 on the ET. I'm telling you, that is razor close. Had to go out to the thousandths of a second on that one. So the Double X only 0.02 of a second off of the car of Jaron Purdue. Tony Tagenhorst finds himself in the Wasted Wages in 3rd. Tim Hall in the Scalded Dog Rambler only 100th behind him. Ernie Smith only 0.06 behind Hall in the 5th slot. So you could throw a towel over the whole top 5 in C-Gas. Sitting 6th is Brad Wimberly in the Southern Sizzler. Josh Pruitt, the Youngblood, 7th. 8th spot being held down by the Indian Express of Scott Wallace. Randy Kiefer in the Spine Tingler, 9th, and Alfred Adams rounding out the top 10. 11th goes to Diana Casto in the Quick Draw. 12th, John Leidick. 13th, B.B. Brown in the Deputy Dog, and Mark Halleck, 14th, and Rick Taylor in the Maverick, rounding out the top 15. Another class where it is razor thin is right here in B-Gas. Charlie Lee, Tennessee Charlie, 5.64 with an 8, leads the way in B-Gas. Ken Rainwater with a 5.68 with a 1, sits in the number 2 slot. So 0.04 of a second is all that separates the Renegade and Tennessee Charlie. Mike Blackwell in the Thunderstruck, 5.68 with a 6. So only 0.005 of a second separate the 3rd and the 2nd place car in B-Gas. 4th goes to Wayne Swafford with a 5.69. Ted McKee in the Rocky Top Missiles with a 5.72, rounding out the top 5. Bill Revels in the Black Betty is going to be with a 5.79. Kelvin Cannon in 7th spot with a 5.88. Mark Jones in the Mini Quick follows him in 8th. Michael Oden 9th. Jimmy Huff in the Hoopty Coop. And John McLaughlin in the Disorderly Conduct. McLaughlin is broke. He's just on the board getting his qualifying points. Then we get to A-Gas. The fastest cars on the property. Chase Howard sits number 1. Kenneth Phillips sits number 2. Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet sits 3. Ben Christopher in the Happy Days 4th. Todd Blackwell in the Slingshot is 5th. Followed by Alan Pittman in the 6th spot. Brad Henry in the Wild Child holds down 7th. Barry Lynn in the Little Red Wagon will be 8th. Dean Jonas 9th. Greg Stelz in the Joker is 10th. Doyle Lynn in the Honky Tonk 11th. Enoch Dixon is 12th. Ray Ballou 13th. And Barry Adler in the Iron Eagle is 14th. himself in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane. Scott Landis in that 55 Studebaker with the 53 clip on the front of it finds himself in the Quick Time Performance right lane. Larry Noel in the 48 Anglia, the Crazy Pony, finds himself in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane for this pass here that he'll make in qualifying. Remember, they have to make one pass in each lane, so before they can move on. Larry Noel, the number 2 qualifier. Looks like Joey Little is going to be scratched from this round of qualifying. So Larry Noel will go down as a single this time. All right, C-Gas, you need to make your way to the lanes, please. C-Gas, make your way to the lanes, please, for your second round of qualifying. C-Gas, you need to be moving to the lanes now, please. We're going to move right into our super stock category. First up, going to be the man that sits in the number 5 qualifying spot, Eddie Willis in the gift. He'll be over in the Quick Time Performance right lane. He's out of Washington, Indiana. The number 11 qualifier, Rob Walden in the Strychnine. He'll be in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane. Remember, our Superstock cars have to run on a 7-inch spec tire. So this 7-inch spec tire with the big 409 in it, with a big car, the big motor. Still got to get those 7-inch spec tires to hook up. And then you got the lightweight combination over there of Eddie Willis. So he's going with the lighter combination, the smaller cubic inch motor. That's the combination he chose to try to get these 7-inch slicks to grip and go. So Rob Walden makes a big improvement in his elapsed time. Not a lot of change in Eddie Willis's time, but Rob Walden gets it up in there, so he's going to get up into the mix in the top 5, it looks like, in our qualification points. All right, Chad Royals in the breeze. He's out of Griffin, Georgia. He's going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Chad Royals, the son of Johnny Royals. Johnny put Chad in this car at the Brainerd Motorsports Park race in Ringgold, Georgia earlier this year, and saw a drastic pickup in the performance of that car. So in doing so, I think we've made a permanent change, and Chad is now in here, and it's looking like a positive change as he's number 3 after the first round. Kenny Phillips in the street legal, number 7 after the first round, finds himself in the quick time performance lane. I'm sorry, announcer's fault. That is Cody Royals. I probably said Chad Royals, but I was thinking of somebody else. But that is Cody Royals, driver of the Breeze. Bryant Dalton Sr., the man sits number 4 after first round, finds himself in the quick time performance lane on the right-hand side, going down the track alongside the number 2 qualifier, John Wise, from Attica, New York, in the Barracuda that he calls the Gold Dust. All right, Ronnie Jones from here in Knoxville, Tennessee, in the Crimson and Clover, going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 67 Camaro. He's going to go down he qualified in the number 9 slot after first round. He's going to go down the track alongside Don Wilmot, the number 8 qualifier here as we get ready for second round of qualifying. Seagas, you need to be in the lanes if you're not already. Seagas, you need to be in the lanes if not already. All right, while we got track personnel checking out the race surface right there, don't know if Ronnie Jones laid something down or not, but they're going to make sure everything is right before they let the next pair go down. And that next pair going to have Alan Lovelady going down that Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
And get up and down the road. I was told a long time ago by a former Pro Mod World Champion that he could sell so many T-shirts and it would basically pay his fuel bill, and that enabled him to keep on racing. So, and that still holds true even today with these fuel prices that we see at the pump. A $25 T-shirt can really help people. If you're looking for an officially licensed merchandise from the Southeast Gassers, that's Stephen and Holly Smith at the Southeast Gasser Gear, and they're right down behind the Tower Side grandstands. You can go by and check them out there under the Summit tent right there. Pick up your hats, T-shirts, patches that you may have and you may want here. Any of your officially licensed Southeast Gasser merchandise. So Shannon Lovelady going to bring her husband Alan up to the line right here and get him ready to go into the beams. All right, next two down the racetrack, that is Jerry Dean, Lacey's Spring, Alabama. Man, it sits #1 in qualifying and is looking at backing up a potential elapsed time record here today in the last Rebel 2. He's going to go down the track right beside Tony Nowosadski in the 1956 Chevy, the Public Enemy. He's out of Gardendale, Alabama. So Nowosadski with a beautiful 56 that sits in the Race Motorsports Insurance left lane. All right, Jerry Dean just set a new elapsed time world record for the Superstock division on that run right there, backing up his run from the first round of qualifying. So you guys just witnessed a brand new elapsed time record in our Superstock division, and that was 6.33 with a 6 right there for Jerry Dean. So he backed that up from first round. So 6:33 is going to be the new world record for Superstock as we move forward toward our race in Mississippi, where I expect it will be rewritten again. So Seagas, you need to be in the lanes. As that just concluded our Superstock division. So next coming to you will be Seagas as we get the word that we are ready to go. Scott Wallace, the number 8 qualifier in the Indian Express, going to be over in the quick time performance lane. And Josh Pruitt, the number 7 qualifier in the Youngblood, will be here in the Larice Motorsports lane. Pruitt in the 63 Ford Fair lane. Dwayne Bush race engine underneath the hood for him. Scott Wallace out of Ellery, Illinois. That 52 Pontiac, the Indian Express. His wife out front of the car backing her husband up. Jeff Madden doing a yeoman's job holding that ladder down as he sits down there as the official starter today. Cubic inches underneath the hood of small block there for the Inman, South Carolina racer Josh Pruitt. B&D Automotive, Birds Towing and Pool Time and Supplies helping pay the bills right there for the Youngblood. There you see Cody Ison behind the car, his cousin Neil Pruitt as well, father of Josh Pruitt. Real family organization there with the Youngblood. That's propelled him to at least 12 wins in his Southeast Gasser career. Pruitt stumbles off the starting line. A little bit of a stumble there, but he recovers to hustle the car down the racetrack nicely. Another straight, true run right there for Scott Wallace. All right, Randy Kiefer, the number 9 qualifier in the Spine Tingler 2, that 1956 Pontiac Chieftain wagon, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Jaron Purdue out of Peoples, Ohio, he finds himself in the quick time performance lane as he sits as the number 1 qualifier after round number 1. So Kiefer out of Cookeville, Tennessee, Peebles, Ohio, the hometown right there for Jaron Purdue. All right, Brad Wimberly in the Southern Sizzler to the number 6 qualifier out of McDonough, Georgia. That 1962 Comet. He finds himself in the quick time performance right lane. Lamar Walden race engine under the hood for him. The number 3 qualifier, Tony Tagenhorst in the Wasted Wages. The 1965 Chevy 2 finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Tagenhorst with a Ross race engine underneath the hood for him. 302 cubic inches is the cubic inch of choice for him. He bought this car from Herman Gehring a couple of years back, and to my knowledge, this is the first time he's had it out this year. Big wheel stand right there by Bradley. So Wimberly with a big wheel stand right there. So no improvement right there for Tagenhorst. And then Wimberly, he does not improve either. He's a couple of thou off of his time. The number 2 qualifier, Todd Oden, in the double X. The 1958 Delray finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand side. The 1966 Chevy 2 4-door of Ernie Smith out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, over in the quick time performance right lane. Todd Hertel race engine underneath the hood for him. One Way Technologies providing the horsepower for Todd Oden from top to bottom. Crew Chief Joey Reed alongside the car as he checks tire temperatures, sending him up to Gina Oden, his wife, who will bring him into the beams. Hannah Smith will bring her father up to the beams. The number 2 man in points right now, Ernie Smith. The number 4 man in points right now, Todd Oden, as they both look to try to climb the ladder here toward our 2025 championship. Three-thousandths of a second difference in elapsed time in those 2 runs. That is a very, very close race. Ernie Smith left a little bit early, so if that had been an official race, Ernie would have fouled out. But still, nonetheless, in qualifying, that doesn't matter. A couple of good runs right there. Mark Halleck, the number 14 qualifier in the Sasquatch at 1956 Chevy, finds himself in the quick time performance right lane. John Leidick from Perry, Georgia, going to be here in his 57 Chevy in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Alexis Phillips helping out Mark Halford, bringing him up to the beams. Christy Burchett going to bring up John Leidick. B-Gas, you need to be in the lanes now. B-Gas, you should be in the lanes now. How about that for a couple of tri-fives making a clean, smooth pass down the racing surface? Those guys doing a great job behind the wheel right there. As the next pair we see coming to the water box is going to be Tim Hall, two-time world champion in our C-Gas category out of Abbeville, South Carolina. He'll be in the quick time performance right lane. Tim Hall in the 67 Rambler, he calls the Scalded Dog. Tim Hall builds his own race engines, 301 cubic inches. What's under the hood there today for him? He's number 4 qualifier after round number 1. The Shelbyville, West Virginia driver Diana Casto, driver of the quick draw, is going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Casto, the number 11 qualifier after round number 1. Christy Burchett bringing up Casto to the line. Tim Hall with a great lead right there. So a slight improvement right there by Tim Hall as he gets up in there into the zeros. Lets everybody know he's going to be a man to be reckoned with here today. The 1959 Corvette of Rick Taylor, who did not really get a representative time as he left early. So Taylor finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. B.B. Brown, the number 13 qualifier in the Deputy Dog, finds himself in the quick time performance right lane. Just a beautiful race car right there, that 59 Corvette of Rick Taylor. Still a Maverick, he says. His first car was a Maverick. Now he's got his second car out here in competition. He calls it still a Maverick. Rolling up the window right there in the Larice lane. B.B. Brown in the 41 Willis, waiting on him over in the quick time lane. So Rick Taylor going to make sure he gets up into the bracket right there and moves up from that 15th spot that he was in. B.B. Brown going to move up a little bit as well. The number 10 man in after round number 1 is Alfred Adams. And he comes out from the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane here in his 55 Chevy called the Damn It Bob. He's out of Clover, South Carolina, with a Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood for him. So Adams, the number 2 man in our points right now in SEGA. Excuse me, number 3 man. Going to hurt him a little bit on his qualifying attempt this time. But nonetheless, he was locked in at that number 10 spot. So let's see if that changes after round number 2. So Mortgage Options in Columbia, South Carolina, our race trophy sponsor. Don't leave your dream home up to chance. Contact Mortgage Options Incorporated today. Located in Irmo, South Carolina, they offer unparalleled mortgage and refinance service to all clients throughout North and South Carolina. They're committed to providing clients with the highest quality home loans combined with some of the lowest mortgage rates available in all of the Carolinas. Whether you're a first-time home buyer purchasing your dream home, financing an outstanding loan, refinancing an outstanding loan, or considering to consolidate your debt, the highly experienced team of mortgage brokers can help you make your dreams come true at Mortgage Options Incorporated. Their goal is to create lasting relationships with each client so that they may continue to provide excellent service to many years to come. Mortgage Options, make your dream come true today. All right, we move into B gas now. So Wayne Swafford, the number 4 qualifier after round 1, finds himself in the quick time performance lane. He's out of Fingerville, South Carolina. Kelvin Cannon, the number 7 qualifier out of Elizabethton, Tennessee, finds himself in the LaRace Motorsports insurance lane for this pass. Both drivers looking to improve on their first round qualifying. Robin Harris bringing Wayne Swafford into the lights right there. Christy Burchett helping out Kelvin Cannon. Full curve technology on the side right there for Wayne Swafford. That's the best lead I've seen Wayne Swafford make with not jerking the tires up in the air and bouncing down the racetrack. Let's see if that helped his elapsed time, Edie. It did not, but it made for a nice looking run right there, as coming around the corner is going to be the number 2 qualifier after round number 1, Ken Rainwater, the man leading our point standings in the Renegade. He's out of Kimberly, Alabama. He's going to go down the track alongside the Campobella, South Carolina racer, Mike Blackwell, who sits in the number 3 spot. So number 2 versus number 3 here in the second round of qualifying. Blackwell with a Gene Fulton race engine underneath the hood. Huntsville Race Engine Shop under the hood for Ken Rainwater, with cylinder heads provided by One Way Technologies. You want to talk about close? 3 thousandths of a second at the stripe. 3 thousandths of a second at the stripe. This is going to be a great race day, folks. Those guys really were laying it down right there. No improvement in their times, but the quality of those runs is what's going to last throughout the rounds of eliminations here today. The number 1 qualifier, Charlie Lee in the Tennessee Charlie, finds himself in the quick time performance lane on the right side. Bill Revels, the number 6 qualifier in the Black Betty, finds himself in the RACE Motorsports Insurance left lane. Todd Hertel making the power underneath the car right there of Bill Revels out of Canton, North Carolina. That's a 63 Comet. 65 Chevy, 65 Mustang fastback over there in the right lane for Charlie Lee. Now Charlie Lee just turned that into a fastback, as it was a coupe. And he turned that into a fastback over the winter with a lot of body work. Of course, that's what those guys do out there in Sparta, Tennessee. And Charlie Lee's dad providing the power underneath there, 322 cubic inches underneath the hood for Charlie Lee. Charlie Lee with another good run right there. We need A-Gas to the lanes. A-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. A-Gas drivers, you need to make your way to the lanes, please. Mark Jones, the number 8 qualifier out of Elizabeth, Arkansas, finds himself in the quick time performance right lane. Michael Oden, the number 9 qualifier after round number 1, finds himself in the RACE Motorsports Insurance left lane. Uncharacteristic run right there by Oden. Don't know what went wrong or what not, but they're going to try to get it right, and if he gets it right, he can jump this car right to the top of this B-Gas category with that one-way technologies power underneath the hood of the Double Down 2 out of Birmingham, Alabama. Gina Oden bringing her son Michael to the line. Mark Jones' wife, forgot her first name, she's bringing her husband up to the line right there in the Mini Quick 3. So both these motors in these cars are one-way technologies from top to bottom. So going to be a good race right here. Car makes a move toward the wall. Michael Oden pushes the clutch in, saves the car. So he'll have to stand on that qualifying time he had in the first round, I guess. And that should make for an interesting matchup. You got a car like Michael Oden, a quality top-running B-Gas car that is going to be in the first round against one of the top qualifiers here today. That could really spell doom for some racer right here running for points or something of that nature. That could shake some things up. Speaking of shaking up, the man that sits number 5 after first round, the Rocky Top missile of Ken Rainwater, is in the RACE Motorsports Insurance left lane, and he'll be the last qualifier here in B-Gas for round number 2. Gene Fulton horsepower underneath the hood, 320 cubic inches there for the Blake Housley prepared race car. The Rocky Top Missile, Ted McKee. So a slight improvement in elapsed time, only 1,000th by Ted McKee. So I don't know if that's going to move him up from 5th or not. But that will do it for B Gas. We need A Gas to the lanes, please. A Gas, if you're not already here, you need to mobilize and get here now. All right, we're trying to get some more A-Gas cars. We need you guys to get moving and get up here. A-Gas, we need you in the lanes now. We're holding up the show a little bit for you. Had plenty of time to get them turned around, guys. Let's go. Chase Howard, the man who sits on top after round number 1. So here we go again. Coming around the corner right here, Ray Ballou, number 13 qualifier after round number 1 in the 55 Ford, the Bad Alibi. 455 cubic inches of big block Ford underneath the hood for him. All right, once again, Ray Ballou in the Bad Alibi, going to be in the quick time performance lane. Todd Blackwell, man that sits in the number 5 slot in the slingshot out of Campobello, South Carolina, going to be in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane. His wife Mandy going to bring him up to the line. And as we said earlier, Blackwell, he let his opponent go ahead, or not opponent, but guy that he was qualifying with in round 1, almost get to 3/4 of the track before he took off, because he's been fighting some handling problems with his car. That car crossed the center line last night, almost took out Greg Stelz. So made a good run last time. He's going to look for that again this time. Mike Blackwell, you got to like the way that car got down the racetrack right there. Hopefully you guys have got that solved for the weekend, as Blackwell makes a 3,000th improvement on his elapsed time from the first round. So a little bit better for Blackwell here in the second round as we continue to call A-Gas cars to the lane. If you're not already up here, guys, you're a bit late, so let's go. Number 12 qualifier, Enoch Dixon, coming around the corner in his Falcon. He's going to be over into quick time performance, right lane. The number 2 qualifier, Kenneth Phillips, in the Silver Streak 2. That 1958 Corvette's going to find himself in the LaRace Motorsports left lane. 412 cubic inches of small block Gene Fulton Chevy underneath the hood of that 58 Corvette of Kenneth Phillips. Fiance Keeley backing him up to the line as he gets ready to go in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Enoch Dixon and his new bride backing him up, bringing him up to the beams under the watchful eye of Christy Burchett, as we got some of our veteran bugs out here training up some of the younger ones. Robin Harris always helping out as well. Tell you what, that new power plant Kenneth Phillips has in there, lots of torque. Is really another solid pass by Kenneth Phillips. No improvement right there, but a solid pass by Phillips. The honky-tonk of Doyle Lynn out of Dalton, Georgia, sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. The 1951 Henry J, sponsored by Mountain Creek Harley Davidson. And Lynn Import Specialties on the side right there. He's going to go down the track alongside Barry Lynn out of Greer, South Carolina in the Little Red Wagon. The 65 Chevy Chevelle two-door wagon. Doyle Lynn, the number 11 qualifier after round number 1. Barry Lynn, the number 8 qualifier after round number 1. No relation here, folks. No relation at all that we know of. Just the coincidental last name of Lynn. So no improvement for Barry Lynn, but a lot of consistency in that race car. And I know that's something that he's been looking for as well. Next up, the number 9 qualifier, Dean Jonas in the Agent Orange at 66 Chevy 2. He'll be over into the Quick Time Performance right lane, and in the Larice Motorsports left lane, you're going to find Leslie Horn. Horn, the number 3 qualifier in the Chick Magnet, the 1955 Chevrolet. Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood for the defending world champion. Fuel curve technology right there. Carburetor Bob behind the car, as well as Brian Harris, part of the brain trust of the Chick Magnet. Robin Harris bringing the car up to the line. Big bog right there on the starting line for the Chick Magnet, so not a good time for him, so he won't have any improvement in his elapsed time. Coming around the corner now, we're going to find the number 4 qualifier after round number 1, and the man who won our most recent race in Jackson, Tennessee. That is Ben Christopher. He'll be in the Quick Time Performance right lane in his car he calls the Happy Days. Jason Line Motorsports, or J-Line Power, underneath the hood for him. Greg Stelz out of Waupaca, Wisconsin in the Joker. The number 10 qualifier is in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. All right, Stelz here being brought up by his wife, Leah Stelz. Robin Harris helping out Ben Christopher get to the line. Richie Pugh right there behind the left rear tire of the Happy Days. Great catch right there by Wes Clapp. He found something on the racetrack, something hot. Could have cut a tire, made something go wrong. So grabbed that out of the way, so we're ready to go back to qualifying round number 2. Both cars struggle to get off the line right there, so don't know what was the problem there. But as we come back, 2 more Fulton power plants coming around the corner into Quick Time Performance Lane. That is going to be Chase Howard, the number 1 qualifier after round number 1 in his 67 Chevelle Super Sport, the USA 1. And in the Larice Motorsports lane, going to find Alan Pittman in the 41 Willis. Pittman out of Greenville, South Carolina. Owner of AP Race Cars, as he builds race cars, built this race car that he is driving right now for the Mike Sward. So Pittman and Sward entry right there in the number 6 qualifier after round number 1. As I mentioned earlier, Pittman really been struggling with that car to get it to go straight, so made a wonderful pass in the first round. The car went very straight and very good, so maybe they're going to be able to turn it up a little bit and see if they can get some more ET out of this car. Trent Howard bringing his brother up to the line. Heather Peak bringing up Alan Pittman to the line. Made a move to the left off the hit right there, but Howard still improves his elapsed time from round number 1 and goes quicker. That car on a rail, excuse me, not quicker, he was 3/1000th of a second slower, just 3/1000ths of a second slower, but a very consistent race car. Your number 1 qualifier here today, going to probably most likely be Chase Howard in our 8 gas category. Hadn't seen anybody knock off that first round qualifying number yet. All right, Brad Henry coming up next. The number 7 qualifier after first round in the Wild Child. Again, Absolutely love this race car. Brad Henry sponsoring that car. Got an excavating service, it says there on the side. Gene Fulton competition motor underneath the hood. Excuse me, engine. Not a motor, an engine. Every time he tried to bump in, it would roll back and it would roll him in and out of the beams right there. So they're going to let him reset and go over since it's qualifying right here. Race day, that would be a different story if we get into eliminations. All right, that's going to do it for our gas classes. As far as qualifying goes, we still got our AFX round number 2 qualifying remaining, and they're in the lanes right now. Right now, that class is headed by Jeffrey Ferguson in the Wild and Woolly. Alan Platt sitting in the number 2 slot. Rob Walden in the 3rd in the Dixie Twister. And then Todd Wimberly in the Southern Comfort, our current points leader, sits in the 4 slot. But those elapsed times are very, very close. Once again, right here, before we get our AFX cars around the corner for their second round of qualifying, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. Make sure you go down and visit Stephen and Holly Smith in the Southeast Gasser Gear tent behind the grandstands on the tower side. Get your officially licensed Southeast Gasser merchandise. Visit the concession stand. Get some of that great hamburgers, hot dogs, French fries over there. Make sure you stay hydrated with a cold water or drink, because it is a warm one out there today. But we are thankful that you chose to be here with us today. We don't take that lightly. And once again, thank you for your patronage as we attempt to put on one of the best nostalgia drag races that you've ever seen. Todd Wimberly, the number 4 qualifier, and the number 1 qualifier, Jeffrey Ferguson, getting ready to go down the track as the first pair in the second round. The Southern Comfort, the 65 Ford Falcon, will be in the quick time performance right lane, piloted by Todd Wimberly, the current points leader. Jeffrey Ferguson, the winner of our last race, and the Wild and Woolly Chevy 2, sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane. Jeffrey Ferguson serving notice that he's going to be a man to be reckoned with here in AFX today. If you want to get the cup, you're probably going to have to go through him. Next up, Rob Walden in the Dixie Twister, going to make a pass beside the Georgia Shaker of Alan Platt. These two cars right here were campaigned by brothers back in the day. These are replicas, mind you. These are recreations built by Kelvin Cannon at the bequest of Sonny Hall years ago, and they have been since sold to Rocky Platt, the son of Houston Platt. He sold the Dixie Twister to him. Then Alan Platt has bought his dad, Hubert Platt's Georgia Shaker, and now you find them on the line against each other right now. Fans, if you like this AFX racing and like that Georgia Shaker, you might want to go over and check out Alan. He's got all kind of racing memorabilia, DVDs of his dad racing, T-shirts, beautiful stuff over there at the end of the staging lanes. You'll find him over there on the pit side. Can't miss him. He's got several shirts for sale, as well as DVDs, CDs, and other things that you can view, chronicling all the history of the Georgia Shaker and some of the Dixie Twister. Allen has to shut off that motor about half track right there, so Rob Walden takes it on through to the big end. Hope that's not going to be something terminal for Alan Platt in that Blair Patrick prepared FE 427. All right, folks, listen up. If you are a driver of a black Chevrolet truck with a gold top, Tennessee tag BCN 4744, you got somebody blocked in and need to move it. Once again, a black Chevy truck with a gold top, Tennessee tag BCN 4744. You need to move your vehicle as you have someone blocked in that needs to leave.
Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country, with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at BaskinTruckSales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
The least of these being Formula One and NASCAR. So drop by the tent at the back of the tower and speak to the representatives here from MAHLE Motorsports today to get your order in for a build over the winter, or just some technical advice for what you might be trying to build and do in your street machine or your race application. So 15 minutes from now, we need our cars in the lanes. 15 minutes, we need H-Gas and Superstock in the lanes in 15 minutes. Folks tuning in on our live feed, we're going to give you a lot of info and video right now from our last race here in the spring from Knoxville Dragway.
The H-Gas champion here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. Well, it's not a Volkswagen. It's an Anglia with a Pontiac in it, and this man is certainly not in his traditional purple. Colby Welch, you come out and you get a win in H-Gas. Why this car? Why this class? And how on this big win?
I guess starting with it, we came up with this car, me and Ron Allison from Zach Hall. Him and his dad were building it and kind of abandoned project on it. We thought a H-Gas car, it's got to be something little and light. After that, we kind of scoured the rule book and, played out what the best combinations were. We wanted to play into small cubic inch, get it as light as possible. So we started looking at the Pontiac. It's one of the two combinations you can run a crossflow head on. Parts are pretty readily available because it's based on a 389. And so we kind of took it from there. We've been working on this thing for probably 2 years just on the powertrain side of it. Fought a lot of battles. I mean, it doesn't want to do what we're doing with it. So we, kind of had to complement some areas and work on it hard there. Got it out last season, late in the year. after some dyno time, playing with it there, tore it up right off the get-go. We had issues with the block. So we came back, and I came up with some plates. We welded in the block and did some different stuff to kind of eliminate vibration, bring some strength into it, and went from there. It's been a long time coming, a ton of engineering work, a lot of hours have been put into it, so it's great to pay off being out at this first race with an H-Gas win.
Colby Welch with the H-Gas win here at Knoxville Dragway. In AFX here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. It's the car that Todd Wimberly drives, which is Southern Comfort, but it is Daniel Haynes with the win. Our champion in B-Gas from last year. You haven't raced until this point, and you come out in a debut in this class, in this car, and get a win.
Man, it's been such a fun day. The car is just totally different than what I'm accustomed to, but you know, I kind of got a little bit comfortable in it over the course of the day. Had some high hills to climb, and we've managed to do that. I think I did my job most of the day, so man, I'm just super stoked to be here. I didn't see this happening.
Well, we just saw it happen. Can we see you in this hot rod again, or are you going to be building your own AFXer at this point?
I will not be building my own AFXer, but this might not be my last trip down the track in this one.
Daniel Haynes, your event champion here for the Ram Clutches Nationals at Knoxville Dragway. Again, he is a winner in Superstock. Jerry Dean picks up the win here at Knoxville Dragway. All right, we know that you have won this event, and you are winning and dominating. But give us the rundown on how challenging it was today for your little hot rod to actually compete in what was muggy, terrible air conditions.
We fought it all day trying to get down the track. We could make one decent run and two bad runs, and we kept adjusting the Ram clutch in it and got it a lot better, and then we switched lanes to the right lane, and it was better for us and made a good run in the final there. But it's been a tough day. It got the best crew in the world, Karen Mitchell, Dennis Mitchell, David Richardson, David Dean, and Buck Rogers, and they work their tails off, and I owe this to them.
Jerry Dean, your Ram Clutches Nationals winner here in Superstock at Knoxville Dragway. he wasn't at the first race. Then the second race, motor issues puts him out. Third race, as it has worked out, you come up to old Rocky Top and defending champ, you get right back on track with a win, Todd Oden.
Hey, I love this racetrack. This is my winningest racetrack now, and I love coming here every time. I can't say enough about this old girl. We battled today. We busted a transmission. We had all kind of issues. But I thank my team so much, and it's just, you can't do it without good people, and I'm surrounded by great people.
Todd Oden, your champion for the Ram Clutches Nationals here at Knoxville Dragway in the Seagas. As he's putting the trophy on top of the car, Leslie Horn, once again, another win. You started the season off winning the first race of this 2025 season. Come into Knoxville and defend your event win from last year here at this race. But I would say most people didn't really have you picked to win this.
No, I didn't have myself picked to win it either. All the boys was faster than me. Everybody I run today was faster than me. It just so happened I was pretty good on the tree today, and I tell you, we was trying to get this thing in before this rain hit. I want you to look, it's just now started raining. We pushed and pushed and pushed, and the crew here at K-Town done a great job. My staff done a great job. The racers done a great job, and we've got it in. Here we are, and I'm glad to win. This is the third one in a row here at Knoxville. We'll try to make it a fourth one at the end.
Leslie Horn, your winner in AGAS at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. Hello SEGA fans, Lee Craft here, aka the Monday Morning Racer. These days with the Southeast Gassers Association, I'm working with them as their media director. I'm in charge of forming and bringing in the media team that films the races so that you can see the action that took place. And I'm here to say, I'm sorry. The camera operator down track did not hit record at the necessary time to capture this final between Ted McKee and Ken Rainwater in the B-Gas category. It was a great final, and congratulations to Ken Rainwater. This happens from time to time, though. We're all human. The camera operator down track, he had done great work for me in the past at March Meet. He also did great work at Knoxville Dragway, but this does happen. And ultimately, it's a failure on my part. I'm the leader of the team, and you didn't get to see a final. So to SEGA, to you, the fans, also to Ken Rainwater, I'm sorry. We'll work on in the future some more redundancy, if you will, with camera and camera angles to make sure you do not miss any action. Thank you for understanding. And now a word from your winner, Ken Rainwater.
Ken Rainwater, it was a humid one, a hot one. Conditions were tough, but you come to Old Rocky Top and pick up a win. The old girl must be squared out right.
It really did. It was a good day. I mean, it was hot, it was humid, the weather was going up and down. The track, got hot, but the track got really good, semifinals and finals. The guys did a really good job. They stayed on top of it, and we appreciate that. We really do. And 2 in a row. I don't know what to say. It took a little few years there to win one, and it seems like things are going our way.
I think Ken Rainwater can say he's back, and he's the event champion here at Knoxville Dragway.
need Super Stock and Sea Gas in the staging lanes, please. Super Stock and Sea Gas to the staging lanes.
Super Stock and Sea Gas, let's go. Super Stock and Sea Gas, let's get them in the lanes now, boys. Let's go.
Gonna beat Kobe Welch in that quick time performance lane.
For the second time in 2025, the little powwow machine has come out in H-Gas, and Colby Welch has won again and possibly proven to all the competition that this is the combination to beat.
I think it definitely is a tough combination. There's a good spot for this Pontiac in this class, and we're having a lot of fun with it. I think we're going to keep working on it and moving forward, and try to push these guys in the class to see what they've got. But I think it's a good combination. We had a successful day. Kind of found out today what didn't work. Had a few setbacks, but luck was on our side, and we made it here to a final and made a good pass.
How are the other projects coming along, Mr. Welch?
This coming Monday, A-Gas car I'm working on and really excited to get in is going to the dyno. So we've got a few weeks, if we have a successful dyno session, get it where we want, spend some time testing and see if we can bring it around to this next race here in Tennessee.
Colby Welch in H-Gas was the top rumbler in the Rumble in Ringgold.
Wimberley goes red, and Ferguson goes to first win.
She is going to present to Todd Wimberley the trophy. Todd Wimberley is waiting to crack open a bottle of Southern Comfort because Southern Comfort has got another win in AFX. That's 3 wins on the season. You 2 doing the driving duties, 1 for Daniel Haynes' car. The hot rod is right.
We are rolling. Yes, sir. We worked on it some more today. This was a little unconventional way to get a win today, but we rolled through the field and we got it done, and I'm proud of the team. We got a lot of family here today, so this is a special win.
It is unconventional, but nonetheless, rules are rules, and a win is a win, Todd.
Absolutely. We will take them any way we can get them, man. They're hard to get. You know that.
Rob Walden picking up the win. He's going to collect the bounty. Rob Walden just picking up his first win in Superstock, and he's going to claim the bounty.
This is the car that has won in Superstock, and it is not a Chevy 2. It is not blue and silver. It's white and red, and it is drove by Rob Walden, knocking off Jerry Dean, who has been absolutely dominant and did it in the final.
That's it, man. We worked our butt off last night. We broke the drive shaft, broke the rear end and the transmission. I had to drive back to Atlanta, get a new drive shaft. My crew, we worked all night, didn't go to bed till after 1 in the morning. But we're here, and we made it. I've been racing with SEGA since 2019, and this is the first class win I've had. I've won in AFX several times before it was a class, but we're here and happy to do it. Loving it.
Massive win for Rob in a class that has been strangled by Mr. Dean.
Never had a win. Rob Walden just picked up his first win in Superstock and collect the bounty. It's been mountain and mountain on Jerry Dean. Jaron Purdue finally got the monkey off his back there. He's every time he comes against Ernie, he's always getting upset and all this stuff.
The car is known as the Stud Muffin, and the driver is a stud as well. You come into this event, you're tied with Ernie Smith atop the points board for SEGA.
Charlie Lee coming out with his little fastback Mustang, first time out with this car. And here he goes into the finals against Ken Rainwater. Rainwater has been a world champion. I think in 22 he was the B-Gas world champion. He won our last Tennessee final here in B-Gas. Last night, Rob Walden out here broke on his first pass down the track and worked. Sent back to Atlanta, picked up parts, and he worked all night and all morning long to get that, and he picks up his first win in Superstock. So big win there. Like I said, we saw a lot of upsets today. Charlie Lee for the first time out with this little fastback Mustang going to the finals against Ken Rainwater. Charlie Lee out on him. And Charlie Lee going to pick up the win. Don't know what, something happened to Rainwater down there right before the 600-foot mark.
And we have a new winner in B-Gas. It's not Ken Rainwater. It is not any one of the young guns. It is this man. And who are you in victory lane?
Charlie Lee Jr.
The win today over stiff competition. How did you get it done in a class where we routinely talk about Rainwater, McKee, Odin, Stott, and their performance thus far this year?
I mean, I've been running with these guys for several years. Today was our day. I mean, we've picked it up a little bit. I couldn't do it without my dad. You know, he's 83 years old. He builds the motors. And that's what got me here.
Family, right here at SEGA, getting the win in B-Gas for Charlie.
Howard's been running that lane all day long, and Chase had the lane choice. And he put Adler over in the RACEDAY Motorsports lane. Chase over there in the T67. Probably take over the point lead. Join us over there in the Mortgage Options Winner's Circle. We'll be passing out the MAHLE Motorsports and Superior Performance Transmission trophies to all of our winners this afternoon here at Brainerd Motorsport Park. the Rumble and Rain Go, brought to you by Harbin Mechanical Services. David Harbin and his wife join us. They are here today. Appreciate all of y'all for being here. All of y'all folks have been joining us on live feed. Hope you've enjoyed the race, and hope you'll be joining us live at one of our events coming up at Jackson, Tennessee at the 23rd, and then we'll move to Knoxville and then to Gulfport, Mississippi in October. And our final race, the 1st of November, up at Shadyside Dragway in Shelby, South Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina, wherever it is. Join us. Problems for Chase Howard and Barry Adler picking up his first win. So
the Iron Eagle for Barry Adler with the unique headgear. Dude, so much hard work you have put into this hot rod early in this season, and here it is, race 4, middle of 2025, and it has paid off. You are a winner in arguably the toughest category in the Southeast Gassers Association.
Yeah, it's thrown in with the big fish, told if I want to come to play, I got to go A-gas. This is like a family thing. I got my wife, Jessie, she's backup girl, my middle son, Jack, he's the crew chief. My oldest is not here today, Tyler. He's got Army training, and one of my guys, Mike. My heart rate has not dropped at all. This is just amazing. I know, and of course, Leslie's not going to hear the end of this one.
Yeah, certainly no plastic, bird here for sure. No, it was a iron competition going out there and defeating everyone. Also, you're a supporter of the Southeast Gassers Association, not just in driving, but with your marketing dollars. Why is that? Why is SEGA worth supporting?
I'm a drag racer. I used to race a couple years ago with my Camaro. I wanted to get back into it. Drag racing has always been a part of me. I like what SEGA is doing. It's grassroots. It's a family event. It's not NHRA. These are cars that you can kind of relate to. The fans being out here, the girls dressing the way they dress. This is just raw fun. It's just, that's the reason why I'm into it, I want to play, play at the sandbox.
Well, he's no longer just playing. He's playing as a winner in the Southeast Gassers Association. That's Barry Adler in the Iron Eagle. Caw-caw!
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
Here at QuickTime Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. He'll be taking on Kenny Phillips out of Campobello, South Carolina in the street legal, who will be over in the QuickTime Performance right lane. Willis out of Washington, Indiana, in the car that sits in the left-hand side on the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance lane. Campobello, South Carolina, once again the hometown of Kenny Phillips. I have no idea what happened right there. We'll let the track officials sort that out. Looks like Eddie Willis went in and double bulbed and was backing out of the double bulb to give Phillips time, but I don't know what might have happened, and I'm going to leave the rest of it up to our officials to sort out. And as soon as the decision's made on that, I'll get to you with it. Going to do is continue this show. So the next pair up going to be Ronnie Jones, the number 10 qualifier in the Crimson and Clover. He'll be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Running the number 3 qualifier, Rob Walden, in the Strip 9. He's out of Doraville, Georgia, in that 63 Biscayne. Rob Walden with a big advantage on the starting lane right there, and he'll drive on into round number 2 in that aforesaid 63 Biscayne. So he'll move on to round number 2, Will Walden. So Rob Walden marches on. Cody Royals, the number 5 qualifier, going to be taking on the number 8 qualifier, Tony Nowosadski, in the Public Enemy. Nowosadski sits in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Cody Royals, the 5 qualifier out of Griffin, Georgia, finds himself in the QuickTime Performance lane on the right-hand side. Noah Sotsky with that beautiful 56 Chevy out of Gardendale, Alabama. They call the Public Enemy. And Royals out of Griffin, Georgia, in his car that he calls the Breeze. Car initially campaigned by his dad, Johnny Royals. Cody's been behind the seat for his second race now after getting behind the seat in Brainerd, Georgia. Brainerd Motorsports Park in Ringgold, Georgia. Royals getting the win right there. Great job right there by Cody Royals. Super Stocker breaking that 100-mile-per-hour barrier is Royals, and I don't know if that car's ever been that fast, Johnny Royals, but I believe you done found yourself a wheelman right here. Bryant Dalton Sr., the number 4 qualifier out of Sevierville, Tennessee, going to be taking on Don Wilmot, the number 9 qualifier out of Decatur, Georgia. Winner of this was going to get Rob Walden in the second round. Dalton has chosen to take the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Wilmot taking a little time as he made a longer burnout to get back up. Cody Ison there helping out Wilmot behind the car. So both these drivers get ready to go into the pre-stage. Wilmot with a big press down right there in the right lane. Ryan Dalton keeping that car on the ground and drives on to victory right there. So he'll move on to round number 2 where he'll get Rob Walden coming up in round number 2, Will Dalton. Dalton, the number 2 man in points, continuing to march on toward a 25-point series runner-up. John Wise out of Attica, New York in the Gold Dust Barracuda sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand side. He's going to be taking on the number 11 qualifier out of Hayden, Alabama, and that is Alan Lovelady in his 67 Camaro, the Underdog, which sits over in the QuickTime Performance lane. So Lovelady, no chance in that one as John Wise just walks over into round number 2 on Alan Lovelady. Haven't seen Lovelady be that late in a long, long time. All right, we're looking for a James Robert Taylor. You've lost your ID. It's at the tower. James Robert Taylor, you have lost your ID, and we have it here in the tower. You need to come pick it up. John Robert Taylor. All right, next pair up, going to be Mickey Huddleston. Huddleston, the number 12 qualifier. Jerry Dean, the number 1 qualifier, comes up next as the 6th pair out here in round number 1, Super Stock. Jerry Dean out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama, in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Crossville, Tennessee is where, Cookville, Tennessee is where Mickey Huddleston hails from in that 61 Impala Bel Air. No doubt Jerry Dean, the number 1 qualifier, for a reason, as Jerry Dean moves on to round number 2. All right, we're going to rerun that run between the number 6 qualifier, Kenny Phillips, and the Street Legal, and the number 7 qualifier, Eddie Willis, in the gift. Willis will be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane as he was in the first attempt at this race. Willis out of Washington, Indiana. The Street Legal of Kenny Phillips out of Campbell, South Carolina. Where he'll get Jerry Dean for all of that kind of trouble he had to go through there. So Kenny Phillips going to get Jerry Dean in round number 2. John Wise and Cody Royals, another matchup. And in the 3rd matchup there, Rob Walden and Bryant Dalton Sr. All right, we're going to move on to our C-Gas category right here. First pair up looks like it's going to be Diana Casto, the number 12 qualifier, and Ernie Smith, the number 5 qualifier. Looks like that's the first one I see matched up by the man in the lanes down there, Rich. So Ernie Smith going to take the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane by virtue of being the number 1, the higher seeded qualifier here, and going to put the Shelbyville, West Virginia driver Diana Casto and her Falcon over in the quick time performance lane. Folks, if you are not a credentialed media person, you are not supposed to be on the starting line. And I'm talking to the gentleman in the left lane down there on a knee. taking pictures of Ernie Smith's car. You're not a credentialed media personnel. You need to remove yourself from the racing surface. Smith bringing her dad up to the line. Alexis Phillips helping out with Diana Casto. So in an upset right there, Diana Casto knocks out Ernie Smith, and that has big points implications right here as Ernie Smith goes out in the first round, as he must have been, I don't know what happened to Ernie. Something happened, maybe mechanical, because usually Ernie don't miss. He's been pretty good on the tree, but not here today. As Diana Casto, the number 12 qualifier, knocks off the number 5 qualifier, Ernie Smith. And that's, folks, is why we don't race them on paper. Second pair out finds the number 8 qualifier, Scott Wallace, in the Indian Express, the 1952 Pontiac Chieftain, over here in the Larice Motorsports left lane. He's out of Ellery, Illinois, and then coincidentally, he's going to go up against another big Pontiac Chieftain, the 56 wagon of Randy Kiefer. Kiefer out of Cookeville, Tennessee, in a car that he calls the Spine Tingler 2. 406 cubic inches of Butler Performance race engine under the hood for him. So if you're a Pontiac lover, you got to get some pictures of this one. Not too often two Pontiacs meet up like this. Scott Wallace's wife brings him to the beams as these guys get ready to go. So Scott Wallace from beginning to end, out ETing him and everything. 031 light for Scott Wallace and a 304 light for Randy Kiefer, and that spells doom for the Spine Tingler 2 as he gets to load that car on the trailer and head back to Cookeville. All right. Alfred Adams up next. In the Damn It Bob, Alfred Adams, the number 11 qualifier. Number 6 qualifier, Brad Wimberly in the Southern Sizzler will be in the Larice Motorsports left lane. Taking on the number 11 qualifier out of Clover, South Carolina, Alfred Adams in the Damn It Bob. Brad Wimberly, Lamar Walden race engine underneath the hood for him. Fulton race engine underneath the hood for Alfred Adams, who finds himself in a position with now Ernie Smith going out that he can really make up some points as he sits in the 3rd slot in SEGA. The Southern Sizzler. Number 7 qualifier out of Inman, South Carolina, Josh Pruitt, the Youngblood in the 63 Ford Fairlane. Going to be running the number 10 qualifier here, Mark Halleck, in the Sasquatch, that 1956 Chevy that'll be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. B-Gas, you need to come to the lanes. B-Gas, you need to make your way to the lanes now for your first round of eliminations. B-Gas to the lanes for your first round of eliminations. This is a good drag race right here, folks. A 28 to a 31 right there as Josh Pruitt takes the win. So Josh Pruitt with a 0.29 reaction time to the 0.41 reaction time of Mark Halleck. Also one of the telltale factors in that matchup right there. Number 4 qualifier, Tony Tagenhorst in the Wasted Wages 1965 Chevy 2. Going to be taking on the 59 Corvette of Rick Taylor, the number 13 qualifier here. These guys, the 5th pair out, Taylor out of Arizona, Tagenhorst out of the Ohio area. Tagenhorst with a 302 cubic inch Ross race engine underneath the hood for him. A little bit unclear who provides the horsepower for the Rick Taylor. Or still another Maverick right there. So Taylor just putting together a beautiful race car right there. Just really nice right there as Alexis Phillips backing him up, bringing him up to the beams. Heather Peak bringing up Tagenhorst to the line. So big time advantage on the starting line right there. A 5.78 reaction time by Tony Tagenhorst and a 1.93 reaction time. And that is all it took. And that is a whole shot win right there for Rick Taylor. And you know he's got to be feeling good debuting that 59 Corvette here with a win in first round. Taylor, the number 13 qualifier, knocking off the number 4 qualifier. And Taylor going to get Diana Casto for those efforts. John Leidick, the number 14 qualifier here today. Going to be taking on the number 3 qualifier in Tim Hall out of Abbeville, South Carolina. Hall, the 2-time world champion in the 67 Rambler, the Scalded Dog, sits in the quick time performance lane, and Leidick sits in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left side. Once again, reaction time and elapsed time making the difference here as Tim Hall goes a lightning fast elapsed time and cuts a razor thin light. Jared Purdue, number 1 qualifier, going to be receiving a bye right here by virtue of being the #1 qualifier and 15 cars in the field out of this 16-car bracket. So he'll get a bye right here. Looks like he's going to make a full pass right here. Is the points leader. You know, you got to take this into consideration. You're the points leader. You got a bye run. You're running another guy in the next round that, you know, possibly you have a performance advantage on. Do you take the chance to throw the rods through the oil pan or have something else worse happen? Or do you run for elapsed time? The racer himself, Purdue, is going to make a full pass right here. Big Ass, you should be in the lanes now. Big Ass, you should be in the lanes now. All right, Todd Oden out of Birmingham, Alabama, up next right here. Todd Oden, the #2 qualifier. He's going to get a competition single right here as B.B. Brown unable to make the call. So B.B. Brown unable to make the call. So Todd Oden in the 58 Del Rey going to get a competition single right here. Brand new motor underneath the hood right there for him, debuting that One-Way Technologies new motor. So Todd Oden moves on to round #2. Oden going to get Josh Pruitt in round #2, the young blood, and those guys have matched up plenty in their past. Tim Hall and Brad Wimberly going to be another part of that lower part of the bracket. In a surprise to a lot of people, Rick Taylor going to be taking on Diana Casto in the upper part of the bracket, and Jaron Purdue, #1 qualifier, going to get Scott Wallace. That's how round #2 is shaking up for our SEGAS competitors. A-Gas, you need to make your way to the lanes, please. A-Gas, make your way to the lanes, please. A-Gas cars, make your way to the lanes, please, for your first round of eliminations. Once again, we have a lost driver's license up here. James Robert Taylor, you need to make your way up here and claim your driver's license, or, well, your ID. So James Robert Taylor, come get your ID. It's in the tower. Got a little slight change, so Bugs, you need to make your way to the starting line after first round. So after A-Gas, need all the Bugs to the starting line. After first round here, we need all the Bugs to the starting line. qualifier, Charlie Lee out of Sparta, Tennessee, gets the bye run right here by virtue of being that number 1 qualifier. So he looks like he's going to start us off and just get everything out of the way and get his car back, start getting it cooled down. All right, next pair up, going to find the number 5 qualifier, Ted McKee out of Lenore City, Tennessee, in the Rocky Top Missile. He'll be over in the QuickTime Performance right lane in his 66 Chevy 2, built by Blake Housley Race Cars. Gene Fulton Power underneath the hood for Ted McKee. Canton, North Carolina racer Bill Revels in his 63 Comet, the Black Betty, will be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side. Bill Revels got the Todd Hertel race engine underneath the hood for him. Alexis Phillips helping back up Ted McKee. Bill Revels' fiance helping him back up. I forgot her name. Hold those cars, hold the next pair, hold the next pair. Hold the next pair of cars. Don't know what went on. We must have some electronic gremlin up here. We got nothing on the boards, and that one was pretty close to call. Once again, folks, just kind of staying quiet here because I don't know what's going on, and I'm going to let the powers that be make that decision, and then we'll fill you in on what's going on. All right, fans, I want to let you know, Electronic Gremlin up here, that run right there between Bill Revels is going to be rerun, but we will continue on and let them cool their cars down, but we will continue on with this round 1 of eliminations, but that will be rerun right there. So the Ted McKee Bill Revels race will be rerun. All right, Mike Blackwell, the number 3 qualifier in the Thunderstruck. He's going to be facing Mark Jones in the Mini Quick 3, the number 8 qualifier. So the higher seeded qualifier right here being Blackwell has chosen the Motorsports Insurance left lane, putting the Elizabeth, Arkansas driver Jones over in the QuickTime Performance right lane. One-Way Technologies providing the power for Jones. Fulton Race Engines providing the power for the Thunderstruck, the 1955 Thunderbird of Mike Blackwell. He hails out of Campobello, South Carolina. Mike Blackwell taking the win right there, putting Mark Jones on the trailer. Reaction time went to Jones, but the ET clearly went to Mike Blackwell, who drove by him on the big end. So Blackwell will move on as we get ready for the next pair to come down through here. Wayne Swafford, the number 4 qualifier, going to be taking on Kelvin Cannon, the number 7 qualifier. We need you in the lanes. I see you out there, guys. I appreciate you moving. Appreciate you moving, A-Gas guys. So Kelvin Cannon out of Elizabethton, Tennessee in that 33 panel van, going to be over in the QuickTime Performance side. Fingerville, South Carolina racer Wayne Swafford going to be in his car that he calls Leroy here in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane. High performance race engines underneath the hood for Kelvin Cannon. Fulton race engine underneath the Billy Edwards built, Brian Harris prepared Chevy 2 that sits in the left side. Wayne Swafford takes the win right there. Reaction time advantage went to Kelvin Cannon, but on the big end, Wayne Swafford just drove right by him with that Fulton power. Battle of Alabama right here. I know this is not the way these guys matched it up because they travel together, do a lot of traveling together, but hey, nonetheless, this is the way it is. Ken Rainwater, the number 2 qualifier here today and number 1 man in points. And that Renegade finds himself in the QuickTime Performance right lane. Taking on the number 9 qualifier, Michael Oden, who had some trouble in both rounds of qualifying. An uncharacteristically low qualifying effort by Michael Oden. But we talked about this before. He could play spoiler here today and knock Rainwater right out of this, hurting his points chances. Gina Oden pulling up her son Michael to the starting line. Alexis Phillips pulling Ken Rainwater up to the starting line, getting them ready to go. Ken Rainwater with the win right there. Michael Oden tattooed him to the tree by 0.03 of a second, but that was not enough as the Renegade powered by on the big end to a 1/10 of a second victory right there. So Rainwater beat him by a 1/10 of a second in elapsed time, and that was all that it took as Ken Rainwater moves on to round number 2. So I don't know what time and when the rerun will occur for this big-ass matchup that we had some electrical problems with up here, or something happened. I don't know exactly what. Again, above my pay grade, I'm just a talking head. But Charlie Lee will match up with whoever takes the win in that rerun. Ken Rainwater will receive a bye into round number 2. And then Mike Blackwell and Wayne Swafford will race each other. And that's a good one as well, because those guys live really only about 5 miles apart in northern Spartanburg County. So that will be a intriguing matchup as well. Kenneth Phillips, number 2 qualifier, and Ray Ballou, number 13 qualifier, are going to be the first pair out here in AGAS. Phillips going to take the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 58 Corvette with a Gene Fulton race engine under the hood. 412 cubic inches for him. And Ray Ballou in that 1955 Ford with the 455 underneath the hood for him of that big block Ford. Christy Pritchett helping out Ray Ballou, bringing him back in the bad alibi. I cannot remember Keeley's last name, but Keeley is helping out Kenneth Phillips, her fiance. Kenneth Phillips got him a hot rod today, folks, as he marches on to round number 2, dispatching Ray Ballou. So Kenneth Phillips, by virtue of the way the bracket, there's 2 byes in this bracket, he'll have a bye by virtue of being the number 2 qualifier in round number 2. All right, Leslie Horn going to come up next right here, the number 3 qualifier in the Chick Magnet. He's going to take on the number 12 qualifier in Doyle Lynn in the Honky Tonk out of Dalton, Georgia. Doyle Lynn, the 1951 Henry J that he calls the Honky Tonk. He sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Going to try to slay a giant right here in the Chick Magnet of Leslie Horn, the defending world champion. Lynn hadn't even gone through the water box or come out of it yet, so going to be an abbreviated burnout by Lynn for sure. Mountain Creek Harley Davidson on the side right there for Doyle Lynn. Christian Burchett bringing him back. Need to shorten up that backup so he can get up here and not leave Leslie Horn getting that motor all hot, as Lynn did not come through the water box in a timely fashion. Horn patiently waiting right here before going into the pre-stage. Absolutely identical reaction times right there, and Leslie Horn out ET's Doyle Lynn right there and takes the win, but absolutely down to the thousandth of a second, identical reaction times by those two drivers. And Leslie Horn and the Chick Magnet move on to round number 2. Friday night, Todd Blackwell experienced some problems in going down the track alongside of Greg Stelz, and they find themselves up here again. Blackwell, the number 5 qualifier, Stelz, the number 10 qualifier. That's when we talked about how Blackwell had some handling trouble, and honestly, I don't see how they didn't slam doors going down the racetrack. But talking to Stelz a little earlier today, Stelz told me something told him to back off the race car, so he let out of it kind of quick, and I think that might have been one of the things that saved that from being a catastrophic run for 2 good race cars right here. The 66 Nova of Blackwell with the Par Race engine under the hood sits in the RACEDAY Motorsports insurance lane, and Stelz sitting over in the Quick Time Performance lane in his 57 Pontiac. So Stelz with a better reaction time, but the ET goes over to Blackwell as Blackwell takes the win in the slingshot and moves on to round number 2. 0.25, the margin of victory right there. So 0.02 of a second margin of victory for Todd Blackwell as he marches on to round number 2. Barry Lynn and Brad Henry make up the next 2. Barry Lynn, the number 8 qualifier. He's out of Greer, South Carolina. Barry Lynn in the 65 Chevy Chevelle 2-door wagon. He calls it the Little Red Wagon, again out of Greer, South Carolina, with a Par Race engine underneath the hood. 477 cubic inches for him. Gene Fulton Power Plant, the choice for Henry in the 41 Willis, the wild child, he says, right here from Knoxville, Tennessee. So a couple of good-looking race cars, one Ford blue and one Chevy that is painted red. Christy Burchett bringing up Brad Henry. Robin Harris helping out Barry Lynn, getting him up to the starting line. Great looking shot of Barry Lynn right there in the Little Red Wagon as he gets ready to get pre-staged up in this matchup. It'll be a tough one right here because Brad Henry, a car that's run good, hasn't necessarily left the line very hard each time. We'll see how he does in competition right here now. Barry Lynn with a huge starting line advantage, and that's all it took. Brad Henry got put on the trailer real quick. Brad Henry's reaction time started with a 5, folks, so that ought to tell you right there he's not going to be moving on. And Barry Lynn moves on to round number 2. Fifth pair out, going to find Ben Christopher, the number 4 qualifier out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, in his 66 Chevy 2. The Happy Days. He's our winner of our last race at Jackson, Tennessee. He's going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. And Enoch Dixon, the number 11 qualifier, going to be over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Robin Harris helping Ben Christopher get back in his tracks and bringing him up to the line. Speaking of the line, that's who provides the power for Ben Christopher. Jason Line, former Pro Stock World Champion. So J-Line Engineering. Richie Pugh helping get him in the groove as well. The center line, but reaching the finish line first is Enoch Dixon. So Enoch Dixon takes out Ben Christopher right there in first round, as Ben Christopher has some terrible handling problems and unable to get that car under control before getting to the 660-foot strike. And Enoch Dixon with a upset right there, and I think everybody would call that an upset. So 6 pair out right here, going to be Alan Pittman, the number 6 qualifier, and Dean Jonas, the number 9 qualifier. Jonas in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane right here in his 66 Chevy 2, the Agent Orange. The 41 Willis of Alan Pittman out of Greenville, South Carolina, sits in the Quick Time Performance lane. Heather Peak bringing Alan Pittman back in his AP race car, built by himself down there in his Greenville shop. Mount Holly, North Carolina is where Dean Jonas calls home. His girlfriend Colette bringing him up to the line. Couple of beautiful race cars right here, and beautifully engineered race cars. If you have a chance to go down and view these cars as they're cooling down and got the doors open, you'll see what kind of engineering went into these race cars right here. 2 of the best sitting on the line right now. Dean Jonas moves over toward the center line and unable to keep it off of there, and Alan Pittman streaks down the racetrack to victory. So another round win for Alan Pittman as he continues to twist and tune on that race car and get it better each time. Remember, we need our bugs to the starting line. We need bugs to the starting line. Chase Howard, number 1 qualifier here today in A-Gas, going to get a bye run by virtue of being that number 1 qualifier. So this is going to be his bye run. He's going to take it into Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Howard in the 67 Chevelle Super Sport. He's out of Greer, South Carolina. Gene Fulton race engine underneath the hood. His brother Trent bringing him back, putting him in his tracks. To the watchful eye of Scotty Cannon, 6-time Pro Modified World Champion behind the car. Chase Howard having a little handling problems down track. Pushes the clutch in as he knows he's already in round number 2, keeps it safe, and moves on in competition. So now we're looking to get Ted McKee and the Rocky Top Missile up here for the rerun. And that will complete our B-gas, as we're going to have to rerun him and the Black Betty of Bill Revels. All right, drivers are getting in their cars for that rerun in B gas between Ted McKee and Bill Revels. So they're getting strapped up. You're fixing to see that run. And we need Bugs to the starting line, because after this run right here, we'll have a brief intermission, interview with our Bugs, and introduce you to them and let you get to know them a little bit better. And then we'll start getting our round number 2 of racing lined up and ready to go. All right, Ted McKee closing them up, getting them ready to go right here, as they're going to be in the same lanes as they were before. Revels will be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 63 Comet, the Black Betty, out of Canton, North Carolina. And Lenore City, Tennessee racer Ted McKee going to have his Blake Housley built Rocky Top Missile Chevy 2 in the QuickTime Performance right lane. All right, here's this rerun going to complete B gas right here, and a big one at that. These two cars really run well. Todd Hertel, the engine builder for the Black Betty here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane, and Gene Fulton, 320 cubic inches underneath the hood for the Rocky Top Missile of Ted McKee. Ted, a former world champion. So he has been struggling a little bit this year with a combination of motor and trying to get everything worked out. You know, he's still trying to keep the pressure on Ken Rainwater, who he has already seen advance. So to stay up, he has got to knock out Bill Revels right here, and that is going to be no easy task. Ted McKee does take the win right there. Bill Revels with a starting line advantage of 0.04 of a second, but that is erased by elapsed time of Ted McKee. McKee a 10th faster than him on ET, so that erased all that, and Ted McKee will move on to round number 2. And we'll have our bug interview going on now, so make sure you guys are hydrating. Visit the Southeast Gasser Gear. Get your officially licensed merchandise from the Southeast Gasser Gear 10 over here. Holly and Steven Smith, they're right behind the stands on the right side, or tower side as you may call it. Go by and see MAHLE Motorsports if you're looking for any technical advice on pistons and piston rings. They'll have those ready for you. And we'll be interviewing our bugs here on the starting line in just a few minutes.
LaRace Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. LaRace Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. LaRace insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. LaRace even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call LaRace Motorsports Insurance today.
Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintrucksales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services. Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
It's the Shelby Nationals presented by Robbins Repairables, and the Chick Magnet himself is about to give a man a ride in the car. Why is that, Leslie?
Well, what we've done, we got Bob Zabo, which comes with me to all the races. Him and Kathleen's a big part of the Southeast Gasser Association. Kathleen's fighting for her life right now, and we're doing it to raise money for her.
In the staging lanes here at Shady Side Dragway for the Shelby Nationals, and someone is going for a ride. In particular, this gentleman is a Michigander. Man from Michigan, introduce yourself.
I'm Bob Cody from Belleville, Michigan. Yep, I come down here. It's my second time down to Shelby, and I love it, man. It's a great time, great people, and I'm just very fortunate to be right here where I'm at right now. This is unbelievable.
Bob, you are about to go in a ride in a SEGA legal A-gas machine, the chick magnet, that is the current record holder with Leslie Horn. Your thoughts right now?
I'm completely, I have no words. I feel very blessed to be where I'm at right now. And I'm very happy to help out Bob and Kathleen with what they're going through, and I didn't expect anything back out of this. I just love the sport, I love the people, and I have been gifted, that's for sure. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Well, it's got a little extra ballast in her.
Yeah, that was a full pull. They didn't want me to go past third on you, so I went ahead and rolled it out. It was all feeling good straight, so I didn't worry about it. Man. I told them I gave them a full pull. They didn't want me to go past third, but I went ahead, she was feeling good.
I'll tell you what, it felt good.
Very, very valuable. And those are our backup girls. And we want to introduce them to you, do a slight little interview with them, let you know what makes them tick, what makes them come out here. Some of it is because their husbands are coming and they know they better come on or they're not going to be with their husbands. But very, very valuable. They're not just beautiful women, but they're also very functional to the racing that we do here, because you don't want to be driving one of these cars and be out of the groove, as we have seen a couple of people get out of the groove here today. So first off, we want to bring up our first backup girl, one of the ladies who has been around for quite a few years now. And I don't want to say there's one person that's the head of it, but there's got to be somebody that gets things together. And Robin Harris here, she is the wife of Brian Harris, who owns Brian Harris Race Cars. And Robin, first question, I see you making so many steps out here. How many guys are you backing up actively?
I'm backing up Leslie Horn, Chick Magnet, Ben Christopher, Happy Days, Barry Lynn, Little Red Wagon, Greg Adams, Todd Wimberly, Bryant Dalton, Wayne Swafford, Don Wilmot, and Ronnie Poppy Jones, and last is John Wise.
Wow, yeah, that's a handful right there. Have you ever? I know you carry your phone with you and you help look at tire spin and tire squat. Have you ever put it on the pedometer and seen how many steps you actually make on a Saturday?
No. I need to.
Well, I have actually watched your body lose weight over this time, and I don't know if you're trying to or not, but, I mean, I've seen the dress sizes go down. I've seen the neck go down, because I've seen you out here up and down this racetrack, as well as we got plenty of others. What does it take to get the drive to go do it every time?
I just think it's pretty cool, and I like just backing up the race cars, making sure they in their groove, following the person that's behind the car, telling you what to do with your hand singles up front.
Well, honestly, you do it well, and I know you would be at these races either way with your husband Brian. You keep up his social media page, but it is something it probably brought you even closer together and gives you something to talk about commonly.
Yes, we love doing this together. And we did dirt track for many years together, just me and him. And now we doing this, and he has a lot of SEGA cars that he's working on.
Well, Robin Harris here, Brian Harris Race Cars. Check them out on Facebook, online. You can see she documents everything that goes on. So Robin Harris, one of our valuable backup girls right here. Next up may be, I'm sitting here thinking, you may be the senior person that's been around the longest, Christy Burchett right here. I'm not saying, I'm not talking about age because I'm getting up there too. There's a little gray here.
I am the oldest one here, no kidding. And
I believe you've been doing it the longest, sure enough, hadn't you?
Probably 11 years, 12 maybe. Yeah.
Well, we've only been racing about 10, so. They kind of run together, don't they?
I mean, I backed Kelvin up before we started with the Southeast Gassers.
Okay, so you got a little bit of history because Kelvin Cannon's your man. So y'all in Elizabethton, Tennessee.
That's correct. And whenever he first built, which is now the Dixie Twister, it was twisted too. I backed him up then, and that was before we knew anybody here at the Southeast Gasser stuff. So yeah.
Did you ever think it was going to get this big and see thousands of people at each event?
I did not, but I love it. I love it. I can't tell you how many cars I back up. If somebody needs a backup girl, I just jump in front of them. But yeah, I love it, and I am old.
Well, you're also a nurse, so you know how to take care of us. But Christy Burchett, thank you for all that you do. Nice hand for Christy Burchett, Elizabethton, Tennessee. Now we move to one of our youngest backup girls, who was born into this sport, I guess you might say. Hannah Smith, tell us about who you back up and how special that person is to you.
I back up my dad.
And who is he?
Ernie Smith with Saturday Night Special.
There you go. You got to be a spokeswoman for the race car as well. So, yeah, you're what, 19 now and just graduated high school, been doing it a few years. I think these ladies were training you out here when you were about 15, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, yeah, you hail from the North Carolina area, is that correct?
I am. I'm from Candler.
Candler, North Carolina, and the daughter of Ernie Smith. Now, I got to ask a question. How is it being the daughter, growing up a daughter of Ernie Smith?
He's a legend around here. That makes me one.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, that's the power of positive thinking. How about a big hand right there? There he is supporting his daughter, Ernie Smith, already eliminated today, but he's right here for his daughter. And we appreciate all that you do, Hannah, and thank you for your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
All right, Hannah Smith. Next up, Miss Gina Oden. Now, she backs up two very important people in her life, and I'll let you tell us about them.
Thank you all for being here, first off. I back up my husband, Todd Oden. He's in the double X, excuse me. And then my son, Michael Oden, he is in the double down too.
Now, Michael coming along at 21 years old, and you guys have been racing for a long time, even before Southeast Gassers. So he kind of just grew up into it and just evolved straight into it, didn't he?
He did. He loves following after his dad, and he just loves coming out here and entertaining everyone.
Well, speaking of entertaining, I mean, you do a great job. You and Joey, I see you guys working together like a well-oiled team. And having a C-gas car and a B-gas car, the way they run back-to-back, it makes for some hectic moments during the racing, doesn't it?
It does. You have to really pay close attention to what you're doing, but it's a lot of fun, or we wouldn't be out here.
Well, we appreciate all you do. Miss Gina Oden from Birmingham, Alabama. All right, another Alabaman right here, Miss Shannon Lovelady. I don't think the mic picked that up, so we'll be good, okay? But Shannon Lovelady, you back up. Tell them about your driver.
My driver is my husband, Alan Lovelady, in the Underdog, in the 67 Camaro in Superstock.
Now, you guys have been at this how many years now?
Just 2. This is our second season.
Second full season. You bought the Camaro from Todd Oden, isn't that right?
We did. Mm-hmm.
Now, tell us, I've been privileged enough to be invited over and have some dinner with you guys, and you guys have really just embraced the Southeast Gasser family, haven't you?
We have. It's one huge family, and we enjoy it, and we've just all kind of come together and we do a lot of good eating around our camper.
Well, if you see Alan Lovelady, and you know I go visit over there, and Todd Oden does, we're a couple of big boys, so we know, hey, this lady can make a, banana pudding cake, holy moly, and Buffalo, it's diabetic. It's friendly, sugar-free for me and you, brother. Hey, thank you so much, Shannon. Appreciate what you do here in the Southeast Gas.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for being here.
Shannon Lovelady, Hayden, Alabama. Now we might have one of our newest backup girls. I met you at Jackson, Tennessee. Yes. So you're the wife of Mark Jones. So tell us about yourself and how you're enjoying your time here so far.
Okay, I'm T. Jones, Tanya, but instead of calling me Tanya, just call me T. I do back up Mark Jones in the Mini Quick 3, a 1937 Chevy sedan. This is my second race, I think, being a bug. I absolutely love it. I didn't know anything about racing. Had no idea what went on at the starting line. It is like crazy down here, but I absolutely love it.
Well, you are embracing it because at Jackson, Tennessee, you were in a pair of jeans and maybe shorts and a T-shirt. Now we got go-go boots on. We got the dress, the sunglasses. Yeah. We have really embraced this.
Absolutely. I love it. You know, if you're going to be out here, you might as well play the part.
Well, the smile on your face says it all. T, thank you so much, and look forward to more days with you.
Thank you.
All right, that's T. Jones. Now, we might have the most versatile backup girl ever known to man standing in front of you right now. Not only is she a champion dirt bike racer, she's been a round winner here in SEGA driving her aunt's car, the Flower Power. Now she said, I'm a backup girl as well. Alexis Phillips, thanks for being out here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm glad to be out here. I got quite a few cars this weekend, not as many as Robin, but I have Rocky Top Missile, Renegade, Quick Draw, Damn It Bob, Wild and Woolly 2, the former Flower Power, which is now Sasquatch, and Scalded Dog.
Now, I gotta ask you, did you give Mark Halleck any advice, being that you have sat in the seat of that car as now he is the owner of it?
Oh, absolutely. His first year and even the start of this year, he had to be reminded he needed to keep that RPMs a little tacked up before he left.
Well, and you did a great job tacking those RPMs up as well. And thank you for all you do out here. You're another one that I'd like to have a pedometer on to see how many steps you take out here. But, hey, Alexis Phillips, let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keely, I'm the worst person in the world. I know we have only known each other about a year, but I can't remember your last name to save my entire life.
That's okay. It's Lear.
Yes, that's what it is. That's what I'm friends
won't
with.
be for long.
I'm friends with you on Facebook, but you know, I see now. I remember Lear, but I always just think now Phillips because. But Kenneth did something kind of monumental, didn't he?
He did. So I back up my fiance, Kenneth Phillips. He is in the Silver Streak too. And then this race I am also backing up his cousin, Kenny Phillips. He is in the street legal car. But yes, we got engaged.
Yeah, I saw the engagement, and they can follow along with that online. Don't be surprised if you get a lot of friend requests after this. But, yeah, Kenny's made second round, so you're going to have to keep hustling in the boots right here. So
hustling in the boots. Lost my heels earlier. Lost my heels on the track. Alexis had to bring them to me.
Now that's something that you being new, and I should have asked some of our more veteran girls who wear those. I mean, it's hard enough to walk in a pair of tennis shoes on a prep track. How is it to learn how to walk in these boots out here on this track?
My feet definitely hurt by the end of the day. Probably not as bad as Robin's, but my feet definitely hurt by the end of the day.
Well, congratulations, Keely. Thank you for all you do, and that Silver Streak is streaking pretty good today in AGAS.
Sure is. Thank you.
All right, Keely Lear. I got to keep remembering that. Keely Lear. Yeah, well, how long is it going to be then? Yeah, no date set yet. Hey, just don't do it during racing season, okay? You got 3 months that you can plan a wedding. Oh, okay. We're going to do it at a racetrack right here on the starting line. All right, Heather Peak. Last but certainly not least, Heather, you've been out here now for what, a couple of years? Started with Quayne, and you know you've kind of evolved into the helping the guys that help him or that he helps. Give us a rundown on who you are helping.
I have Jaron Purdue, Wasted Wages, Tony Tagenhorse, Pittman Sword, Alan Pittman, Georgia Shaker 3, Alan Platt, and Quayne Stott is filling in for Todd Hines on Corn Pop today in HCAS.
Well, now, the $10 million question. People who have known Quayne Stott as long as we have seen the change in Quayne Stott. I attribute that to you, but I got to ask how.
It's a full-time job.
24 hours a day, I'm sure.
Yes, it is.
Well, you've actually made a great contribution to his life, and we see it every day. And you make a great contribution out here as well. Just falling into this, and you do a great job, and we appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
All right, Heather Peak right here, and thank you all for all being here today. Thank these backup girls with a big round of applause, because they're not just a pretty face. They actually have a technical role here with us, and we appreciate everything that they do. We will be just a few more minutes, make your final selections at the K-Town concession stand. If you need some officially licensed merchandise, go check those out, and we'll be back with round number 2 starting in just a few moments.
QuickTime Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services. Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country, with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at BaskinTruckSales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. RACEDAY insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. RACEDAY even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance today.
Superstock and C-Gas, we need you to the lanes now for second round of eliminations. Superstock and C-Gas, we need you to the lanes for second round of eliminations. What you need there, big guy? All right. All right, now once again here at the MAHLE Mountain Madness Nationals here at Knoxville Dragway. Super jacked to see everybody out here today. We have some great racing action, and the rest of the day is going to be just the same. MAHLE Motorsports, makers of some of the best pistons and rings that you'll ever find on the market. You get a lot of technical support right here behind the bleachers. So go over and see MAHLE Motorsports while you're here today and check out their full line of pistons and high performance rods and high performance pistons and rings. Our next race you'll find us, it'll be a double race down in Gulfport, Mississippi. Friday, October the 10th, it will be a full race, points earning race. And then on Saturday, October the 11th, will be a full points race as well down at Gulfport, Mississippi. Back into action here with Superstock, we've got Cody Royals sitting here in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's going to be racing John Wise out of Attica, New York. Wise in the Barracuda. Winner of this one going to get the winner between Rob Walden and Bryant Dalton. All right, both cars into the pre-stage and staged. Here we go. Royals with a starting line advantage. Is that going to be enough? And it will. Cody Royals moves to the semifinals. And I got to tell you, Johnny Royals has got a big smile on his face to see that car, the Breeze, go to the semifinals right here, where he's going to be taking on the winner of the Rob Walden, Bryant Dalton Sr. matchup that's coming your way in just a couple of pair. But first, we're going to have the Jerry Dean, Kenny Phillips matchup. That's going to be the second pair out here in round number 2. Kenny Phillips going to be in the quick time performance lane out of Capabella, South Carolina. Jerry Dean out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama, in his car, the little Chevy 2 called the Last Rebel 2. Current point leader is Dean, and a man who has really been a juggernaut here in the Superstock division for a year and a half. He already won 10 races in just 2 years here with the Southeast Gassers. Karen Mitchell, the crew chief here, he'll be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. interesting way that these guys like to do burnouts. Kenny Phillips likes to start behind the water, roll through it, and do a burnout, where Jerry Dean likes to get his tires completely rolled through, then stop and do a burnout and come out of it. So two different ways, distinctively different ways to do burnouts, as Karen Mitchell bringing back Jerry Dean. Christy Burchett helping out with Kenny Phillips over there. Winner of this one going to be receive a bye in the semifinals. So a big round of racing right here. If for some reason Kenny Phillips could pull off the upset, he'd go all the way to the finals here, and that would be a major upset to knock Jerry Dean off. Phillips gets the starting line advantage, but then stumbles, and that is all it took for Jerry Dean. So Jerry Dean moves on to the semifinals, where he will receive a bye run by virtue of being that #1 qualifier. We need B gas to the lanes, please. B gas competitors that are still in eliminations, we need you to the lanes, please. So coming up now, going to be the Doraville, Georgia racer, Rob Walden, in the quick-time performance lane on the right-hand side in his Strychnine 63 Biscayne. Taking on Bryant Dalton Sr. in the 63 Ford Falcon Futura out of Sevierville, Tennessee. A home race for sure, just 30 minutes down the road from Sevierville here at Knoxville Dragway. So Dalton going to be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Walden going to be over in the quick time performance lane. This is going to be a great matchup right here. Winner of this one going to get Cody Royals in the bottom half of the bracket in the semifinals. Left lane, Bryant Dalton Sr. got the starting line advantage, but Rob Walden powers through with a better ET and comes out the winner here, and he'll take on Cody Royals in the breeze. A couple of Georgia racers going to be in the semifinals in the bottom half of the bracket here in Super Stock. Once again, we need B gas to the lanes. B gas to the lanes, please. All right, Jaron Purdue, #1 qualifier, going to be over in the quick time performance lane in that 62 Chevy 2 wagon. He's out of Peoples, Ohio. Scott Wallace in the 52 Pontiac out of Ellerby, Illinois. He calls that car the Indian Express. He's going to be here in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane. Heather Peak backing up Jared Perdue. Scott Wallace's wife bringing her husband back. So Jared Perdue continues to march on as Scott Wallace fouls out right here. Big red light turns him on as he knew he had to go thin and beat him on the tree really bad if he had a chance to come out on top. But Jared Perdue marches on to semifinals here in SEGA. All right, interesting matchup right here. Diana Casto in the Quick Draw Falcon. She's out of Shelbyville, West Virginia. She's going to be in the Quick Time Performance right lane in that beautiful Falcon that she drives. Rick Taylor with a long smoky dig right there in that 59 Corvette. Rick out of Arizona. Big half-track burnout right there. Let's give a hand out there for Rick Taylor. Rick Taylor, that debuting that 59 Corvette here today in SEGA, already in round number 2, trying to knock off Diana Casto to see if he can move on to the semifinals. There's just something about that gold leaf on the side of that car. I just love it. Red is just race car red to me. Looks good. Robin Harris out in front, bringing Taylor back as he rolls up his window, getting that cockpit ready to go. Casto with a much shorter burnout, waiting patiently on Taylor to get back to get started. So Casto ready to go into the pre-stage. She's sitting there patiently waiting. Once again, a beautiful paint job on Casto's car. If you get a chance to get out into the pits and look at it, the detail that was put into that paint job, just absolutely stunning. Starting line advantage right here. And Diana Casto going to get Jared Perdue in the semifinals. So the West Virginia driver going as far as I think she has ever gone before in competition. So Diana Casto moves on, and she'll get Jared Perdue for all her victory right here today. So that'll be a interesting matchup in semifinals. We need B gas to the lanes, please. And we also need A gas to the lanes for second round of eliminations. B and A gas to the lanes, please. No easy round right here. This could be a final round matchup in any race that we've had. Multiple time champions in both lanes. Josh Pruitt, the young blood out of Inman, South Carolina, 1963 Ford Fairlane. Dwayne Bush race engine underneath the hood for him. Robin Harris backing him up. He's over in the Quick Time Performance right lane, and in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane is Todd Oden, the defending world champion. Looks like he's having some trouble getting that car to go into reverse. Maybe it's stuck, not going into reverse. Yep, that looks like what it is. Now they got it to where he can back the car up and he can still go straight in it. And that's all he needs to do because they can push it back. The Birmingham, Alabama defending world champion is Todd Oden. Oden needing to make rounds right here to try to keep that fourth place in points and maybe even gain some with the early exit of Ernie Smith. Josh Pruitt with a huge wheel stand right there as he takes the race car down the track. Man, what a year for the defending world champion Todd Oden right here. If it can go wrong, it seems that it has for this team out of Birmingham, Alabama. Some gremlin finds him again right here in Knoxville, Tennessee, where he has been very successful and won multiple races in C-Gas. But nonetheless, Josh Pruitt going to move on to round number 3 in the semifinals. So Josh Pruitt going to move on where he'll get the winner of the Brad Wimberly-Tim Hall matchup that'll be coming around the corner here in the next pair. If you are in B gas, you should already be in the lanes, and A gas should be making your way to the lanes now. So to add insult to injury, they get the brakes or whatever happened fixed back here behind there, but too little too late as had to let Pruitt go because he just can't sit there forever. But tough season right here for the team Double X right here. Todd Oden, he's had a medical problem, missed a race, blew a motor, missed a race, and now only gets one round through here and can't make it past second round in Knoxville, Tennessee. So tough year for the defending world champion. There's one thing about it, though. There won't be any quit in these guys, and there's no quit in a lot of these Southeast Gasser guys. You got to know the spirit of the race that they put on. It is just all-out racing. All right, Brad Wimberly out of McDonough, Georgia, in his 62 Comet, the Southern Sizzler. He finds himself in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left side. Going to be taking on a two-time world champion in his own right, Tim Hall, out of Abbeville, South Carolina, in his 1967 Rambler called the Scalded Dog. A-Gas, make your way to the lanes. This is the third call for A-Gas to the lanes. Make your way to the lanes, A-Gas. We will go without you. So Tim Hall right there in the 1967 Rambler. Builds his own motors, 301 cubic inches under the hood for him. Lamar Walden race engine under the hood for Brad Wimberly. Wimberly sits again in the left-hand side on the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance lane. Tim Hall takes the win on the lapse time because these guys were within a thousandth of a second or a hundredth of a second of each other on the starting line. Tim Hall did get him by a hundredth there, but the margin of victory, half a tenth of a second right there at the stripe. So Tim Hall moves on, and he'll face Josh Pruitt in the semifinals on the bottom half of the bracket, and Jared Perdue and Diana Castro will meet in the upper half of the semifinal brackets in C-Gas. All right, Ken Rainwater, by virtue of being that number 2 qualifier, he gets the bye right here in this round, as there are 3 byes in the bracket. So he gets the bye this time. Judging by that burnout right there, he's going to run for a lapse time right here in the Renegade, that 1966 Chevy 2. He's out of Kimberly, Alabama right there. One Way Technologies providing the cylinder heads. Huntsville Race Engines providing the engine minus the heads. Alexis Phillips bringing him Rainwater back, making sure he stays straight and ready to go up to the beams. Blistering run right there by Rainwater. That's only 2/100ths of a second off his best time of the weekend. As we get ready for the next pair, that's going to be Mike Blackwell, the number 3 qualifier in the Thunderstruck Thunderbird. He'll be over in the Quick Time Performance right lane. And in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane will be Wayne Swafford. Both of these guys, like I told you a little bit earlier if you were listening, they live less than 5 miles apart up in the northern part of Spartanburg County. So these guys both with Fulton Race Engines under the hood right here. Mandy Blackwell bringing her father-in-law back to the line. Robin Harris helping out with Wayne Swafford. Swafford in a car he calls Leroy, tuned by Brian Harris Race Cars. Car initially built by Billy Edwards. This one's going to prove to be a good race. Like I said, good friends, but when they roll through the water box, it's all about who's going to get that victory right here between these guys, and they wouldn't have it any other way. Nobody wants anybody to go soft on each other. Wayne Swafford with a win. He beats him on reaction time and elapsed time. I'm sorry, my fault. I was looking at the wrong side of the computer screen here. that is going to be Mike Blackwell in the Thunderstruck taking the win, but still beats him off the line and beats him in ET. So Mike Blackwell will receive the bye into the finals, as there are 3 byes in this bracket, and the third one goes to the number 3 qualifier, and that matchup had Blackwell in it, and he has earned that spot by 2 round wins today. All right, Charlie Lee, your number 1 qualifier today, going to be in the quick time performance lane. He's out of Sparta, Tennessee. He's going to be taking on Ted McKee out of Lenore City, Tennessee. So a couple of Tennessee State volunteers right here racing each other in some bad, fast B-gas race cars. McKee, a former world champion in our B-gas category in the Rocky Top Missile, which sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side of the racetrack. Charlie Lee's dad behind the race car, the builder of the motor, 322 cubic inches for Charlie Lee, 320 cubic inches for Ted McKee. So Ted McKee knocks off Charlie Lee right there on a hole shot. Charlie Lee goes 571. Ted McKee goes 573. But the reaction time is the key right there, as the reaction time of Ted McKee was an 053 to an 082 by Charlie Lee. So a hole shot win for Ted McKee is going to match him up against Ken Rainwater in one pair of the semifinals. Mike Blackwell will be in the other pair of semifinals, but he will receive a bye. So next coming your way is going to be A-Gas. A-Gas going to be coming your way next right here, as that concluded B. Couple of little interesting matchups right here, as you know, a couple of guys from Greer, South Carolina. We had a couple of guys from the Fingerville, South Carolina area. But Chase Howard, the number 1 qualifier, and Barry Lynn, both from Greer, South Carolina, going to match up right here in the second round. Best of friends, do anything for each other. But I guarantee you, once again, when they roll through that water box, it's hammered down, heads up to the first one to the finish line. All right, Kenneth Phillips right here, the 58 Corvette, the Silver Streak. He gets a bye by being the number 2 qualifier. This will be the last bye in our A-Gas bracket right here today by virtue of the number of entries that we have. Only 2 was given in the 16-car bracket. So Kenneth Phillips coming through the water box hot like that in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's going to be running for lane choice, because he'll have the winner of the Alan Pittman and Leslie Horn matchup coming up next. Really good elapsed time right there. Kenneth Phillips has stayed very good with his elapsed time. Took his time on the reaction, but that was a good run right there for Kenneth Phillips. And in the aforementioned Horn-Pittman matchup, it's coming your way right now. Leslie Horn going to be over in the quick time performance right lane. Alan Pittman going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in that beautiful 41 Willis. Heather Peak backing up Alan Pittman in the left-hand lane. Robin Harris in the right, helping Leslie Horn, as always, in the chick magnet. Horn, the defending world champion right here. Both of these guys got Gene Fulton race engines underneath the hood. This could be a trap race right here for Horn if he bobbles just the least little bit. Pittman's been going A to B today. You got to think he's getting a little more confident, giving that car a little more horsepower now that each time to see what it'll take, as he has got that car handling pretty well. So we'll see if turning it up a little bit where that line may be for Alan Pittman. Alan Pittman turns on the red light. He goes .020 red, so only 020 red. Reaction time by Leslie Horn at 089. And so Leslie Horn going to get Kenneth Phillips in the bottom half of the bracket on the semifinals. Pittman knew he had to go ahead and go razor thin on him because he needed to get a reaction time advantage, but just chewed off a little too much. 0.02 of a second early, and the big red eye caught him and disqualified him. All right, Enoch Dixon and Todd Blackwell going to be your next two up right here. Dixon going to be over in the quick time performance right lane in his Falcon. Todd Blackwell going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane with his 66 Nova that he calls the Slingshot. Scott Duggan's Par race engine under the hood right there for Todd Blackwell. His wife Mandy backing him up. Had a close call out here on Friday night in practice with Greg Stelz, but they were able to keep the cars from touching. But that caused a little bit of problems with some coil springs for Blackwell. They had to change those this morning. Made a couple of soft, let other guys leave, and made a couple of good runs, but let the other car leave because he didn't want that to be erratic. So let's see if this is going to work out right here. Todd Blackwell from start to finish right there as he moves on. All right, here's the Battle of Greer, South Carolina coming up right behind you. Number one qualifier, Chase Howard, going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 1967 Chevy Chevelle. Then you got Barry Lynn in the 65 Chevy Chevelle two-door wagon. Because of the little red wagon, Par race engine underneath the hood for Barry Lynn, and 477 cubic inches. He's got Robin Harris out front. G-Force Racing Transmissions in there for both of these drivers. As G-Force, one of our great sponsors Roby Myrick and those guys do a tremendous job. Their customer service second to none. They tell me that Roby was here this weekend, or is here this weekend, and I'm sure the guys are bringing transmissions to him, and he has had no chance to do anything but work on transmissions because I have not visually seen him. So Barry Lynn, the number 8 qualifier, Chase Howard, the number 1 qualifier, as they get ready to get it on here to see who's going to take on Todd Blackwell in the top half of the bracket semifinals in A gas. Chase Howard with the low elapsed time of the weekend in A gas right there. That was a blistering pass here on the mountain. That was a great pass. Barry Lynn really no chance on that run right there as Chase Howard just blistered him from start to finish. All right, we got final set for all our gas categories. I'm sorry, semifinal set for all our gas categories. All right. So today's been a rather tough day for a lot of guys out here with some parts failures and bad luck, and standing here alongside one of the most successful drivers that we have here in the Southeast Gasser, a winner of over 20 races and a couple of world championships, Todd Oden. Not the way I wanted to see you today, big guy.
David, if you could look up stinky poo-poo, you would have my season down to a T. It has been bad from start to finish, but the only bright spot was a win here last time we were here, and I love Knoxville Dragway and was hoping to repeat today. I thought my car was on point. We finally figured out what little bit of problems we had this morning, but the transmission got locked between 2 gears, and we tried to back it up and tried to do everything we could, but it just wasn't our day. So I'm gonna go home with a smile on my face knowing we got the engine right, so all we got to do is just correct this little transmission problem and come get them.
You're right, though. Those gremlins just, that's not really something that you can prepare for, and it's not something that you can, maintenance in between rounds or something like that. It's just, like you said, it's a gremlin that got you.
Yeah, sometimes parts just break. It's no manufacturer's downfall or anything because, just like, good Lord, we all know G-Force transmissions and Roby Myrick. There's no one in the world better. I wouldn't want any other transmission, period. Besides that, he's a good friend of mine. Love the guy. Love the product. It's a perfect fit for what we do here. So it was just an oddball part that probably broke. No big deal. We'll get it fixed and get right back at it.
Well, you got a champion's mentality, Todd, and that's one of the things that's drawn me to you over the years. And you've had a lot of success here at Knoxville Dragway. To my count, I think you got 5 victories here in that. I think 21 that you have total. And again, the hard part is this season has been hard on you physically with your health starting out. Talk about that. Talk about where you are now with that and where you look forward to going to.
Yeah, we started out. I had a little heart issue at the first of the year. I had to get a little procedure done, and then I came back and we had a little bit of engine issue, and I had to borrow an engine for the first time in my life. And the engine I borrowed only made 1 pass. So right after that, we came here with a good engine, won the race. But since then, I've had some difficulties. Just oddball things. It's just been a strange year. In fact, Leslie Horn called me, and he said, "I don't know who's had a worse year, you or Greg Stelz." And I said, "Well, we're both in the running for it because we've had some odd things happen." But David, when you're pushing these cars to the limit, and when you need to go so fast and everything's laser thin, and you can't just do it yourself, you've got to have help from upper end people that do all this high end machine work and need to help you. You're kind of at other folks' mercy. So, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. This is the best racing in the world. It's the best people, the best family. If I never won another race, I'm happy as can be.
Well, and that is hard to see you be this happy. I mean, but you are this happy in the way things have worked out for you this year. With the way things have worked out for you this year, you know, you're still plugging along. You still got a smile on your face. You're still out here with your other friends. I mean, the Alabama contingent has been very much behind you and very strong.
It's the most fun I've ever had. Even though it's not going to be a championship season for me, probably the most fun I've ever had. I love to see my son race. I love my wife being here, my cousin Joey, Tanya, all the good people that come with us. I mean, I just don't see how anyone could have more fun than we're having right here, right now.
Well, the Alabama crew has definitely brought life in here, and I mean, watching you and the success that you've had has had to spur some of these other guys to build race cars, to step it up and come into the Southeast Gassers.
I think so. I think I brought a few racers along, and then some other guys like Ken Rainwater come in. Ken, a true champion, nothing but a champion's mentality, and his whole bunch that comes with him. I mean, what a great bunch of people. I couldn't ask for a better friend. And just, you know, Alan Lovelady, Tony, John, I mean, everybody that comes, it's a great bunch. It really is.
Well, and you guys travel together, you get up and down the road together, and that's what everybody does here in the Southeast Gassers. If we see Barry Lynn on the side of the road in Atlanta, Georgia, you know, somebody's going to stop and help him, you know, and not leave him hanging out there to dry. And that's what this Southeast Gasser family is all about.
That's right. The word family just describes Southeast Gassers perfectly.
Well, Todd, we're glad to have you as part of the family and one of the leaders of the family. I think you're one of the elder statesmen now that you've been around this long and contributed so much. And we know we'll see that 58 Delray back in victory lane, maybe even before the end of this year.
You got that right. It needs to win the last three, period. Period.
That would be some kind of vindication for you to finish the year strong like that after starting it in such a weird and tragic fashion.
That's right. Just don't count me out yet.
That's Todd Oden, driver of the Double X, the 1958 Delray. He's out of Birmingham, Alabama. Go out and check him out. He'd love to talk to you, meet the fans, and whatever you guys have going on, he's going to put a smile on his face even when he's eliminated. All right, catching up with some of our sponsors here today at our MAHLE Nationals here on the mountain at Knoxville Dragway. Scott Klontz with MAHLE Motorsports. First off, welcome to Knoxville. Glad to have you here as a sponsor.
Appreciate it. We're glad to be here. We're excited to be a sponsor of Southeast Gassers. You know, you guys are the grassroots of racing, and we couldn't have asked for a better group to be part of.
How many races have you been to as part of MAHLE, and have you seen with the Southeast Gassers?
Well, this is my second race, and this is by far the biggest crowd I've seen at a race. Not that the first race was a small crowd, it's just that this one has knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, they do a great job. Wes Clapp and all his people here, they really promote this race, and their racing facility speaks for itself. And, you know, as we have said many times, we're glad to be here. And MAHLE, you know, glad to be here. And you guys have a lot of local ties here in Morristown, Tennessee. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's where our manufacturing facility is. So this is our backyard. This is where our heart of our operations are. And so to be able to have a race right here that we can easily come and be a part of this action, we're excited about it.
And talk about what MAHLE brings and can bring to our racers, as well as any other street applications for your products.
Right. So we are a forged piston manufacturer, pistons and rings, and so for the racers out there, we can do custom sets. Basically build to your specs, or if you're unsure what exactly you need, you can talk to our engineers, and we're happy to work that out for you. For the street applications or even other race applications, we have what are called our power packs, and that's a complete kit that's already set up, basically on these certain specs that are in our catalog. They're all off the shelf. You can order them. It comes with the rings, pistons, clips, and it's all designed to work together. You don't have to think about a thing because we've already done all the engineering for you.
Well, that's pretty awesome. Now, all the pistons, of course, forged pistons, and for the high performance 10,000 RPM motors that you see out here today.
Oh yeah, we can easily do that, and we're in circle track racing and dirt racing, a number of different applications. So even if your drag racing is not your thing, we can probably set you up with something else.
The first time I saw MAHLE here at a Southeast Gasser race, you guys were a sponsor or associate sponsor with Tim Hall in the Scalded Dog Racing.
That's correct. We're still working with Tim. He's been a great partner with us, and providing him pistons and getting his feedback as far as an engine builder and a racer. So it's been a great partnership for us to work with him.
Yeah, it has, and like you said, being an engine builder and the guy who sits in that seat, he can tell you even more about where where he needs here or there.
That's correct. So when we get feedback for him, we can make adjustments to his needs as far as his builds go, and then allows him to go a little bit faster and push these other guys to the limit.
And do you offer that for any other customer as well?
Oh yeah, we can definitely sit down with you and either, or if you're far away, work over the phone, email, and make sure we work to your specs and see if we can get you the best engine program possible.
Well, that's great that you guys take the time to personalize and customize to each racer, because not sometimes you just can't go buy something straight off the shelf, just off the shelf to be high performance.
Correct. Even though our off-the-shelf kits are high performance, you might need a little something different when it comes to this type of racing, these type of blocks. So we're happy to work on custom sets for these guys specifically for their application and make sure they're getting the best out there for their needs.
That's true. And, here today, I've seen, you guys have been, pretty busy around the tent providing some technical support. Tell us about the feedback you've had today.
Oh, it's been really positive. We had a number of people come up to us and ask us, hey, I'm building this engine. What do you guys have? And we'll work through the catalog. And if there's not something in there, we'll say, well, here's a custom option. Give us a call in the shop, Monday morning or whatever, or whenever you're ready. We'll be glad to work through those with our experts. We've got engineers and guys that have been in the race shops for years building their own engines. And we can easily talk specs with them to make sure they get what they need.
What I hear so many times from our racers are, I'm waiting on pistons, I'm waiting on pistons, I'm waiting on rods, I'm waiting on pistons, I'm waiting on rings. What's the turnaround time, or are you guys experiencing the same type of delays in shipping from manufacturers?
Well, earlier this year, it was pretty slow because, during the winter season, that's when we get built, backed up and everything like that. That's the busy time for building engines and everything. So, it's longer than we wanted to be, but right now we're down to about 6 weeks for custom sets. So it's pretty good to be able to do that kind of turnaround. But I will say, if you're interested in building an engine and you're planning on building it this winter, you need to go ahead and get with us now, because now's the time to get those piston orders in to make sure that they're in your hands, ready to go, so you can get your winter build on for next year.
So, yeah, a little bit more of planning might be something that you need to look at, too, if you want to get an order in.
Correct. When we get in December and January, that's our busy time, and that's when the time leads out a little bit longer, and it may be a little bit harder to get the pistons when you want them. So.
Well, Scott, we appreciate all that MAHLE Motorsports means here to the Southeast Gassers. Hopefully you're getting a lot of bang for your buck being here today in front of thousands of people at Knoxville Dragway, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. We're excited to be here, excited to be part of Southeast Gassers, and look forward to continuing our relationship with them.
Scott Klontz from MAHLE Motorsports. Give them a check out if you're looking for pistons or rods for any of your street high-performance applications. They can help you right here out of Morristown, Tennessee. All right, catching up with Rick Taylor. Rick, you've been with us for a long time now and racing with us, and you've ran a couple of different cars. Well, one I know of, and now you're debuting a '59 Corvette. You calling it still another Maverick?
Well, there's a story to the Maverick. It's kind of a long story, but many years ago I used to do some pretty risky business stuff, and my wife didn't have the patience for that. She named me she says, you're a Maverick. So the name's kind of stuck.
Well, and being that you live in Arizona and make the trip all the way out here to our races, that's a little bit of a Maverick move as well.
It is, but I got to tell you, I'm retired now, 72 years old, and today I feel like I'm 18 years old again. The adrenaline is just pumping because today I won my first real honest-to-goodness race, and it's just I'm gonna be grinning for the next week.
You're gonna float back to Arizona on a cloud, aren't you?
That's right. Well, I'm going up to Canada now, but my mother made a big deal out of today. My mother's 94 years old, lives on an island in Canada, and that's where I go in between races, is up to see my mother and my family up there. But she was really adamant. She wanted to see this today, and that's why I put on a show. Those big smoky burnouts, that was for you, Mom.
Well, they were great, too. I mean, but the car is just so iconic to me. Corvette screams, muscle car and things of that nature. And I know you were telling me a story about where you found this car.
It's actually my wife's cousin. He was in pretty bad health, and he told us that we needed to buy it from him and keep it in the family. So Donna Savoy and Terry Savoy sold me that car, a hell of a deal, and I think I've done right by it. It's got to be maybe not the prettiest car around, but it's real close to the top few.
Well, I love the gold leaf that you got on there, and red just screams race car to me.
Yeah, Larry Fader, Southern California, he did that lettering, and that guy's legendary. He's a racer from the '60s. But yeah, I'm going to be grinning all week.
Well, and the car left really good, too. I don't know who helped you build the race car, who helped you set it up to get it down the racetrack as good as it's going.
A fellow in Arizona, good friend, Brian Pride, he built the chassis, and it's immaculate. I mean, it's really nice. And I'm no tuner, but I played with the suspension and played, and it seems to be okay. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's working out.
Well, working out, when they catch the leaves that you had here today in qualifying and in round racing, that you had the wheels up, you were really letting it eat.
That's right. That Corvette's ready. We got to work on the driver. The driver needs a little bit more practice, I think.
Well, practice you'll get, but we want to congratulate you here on a first round win. Rick, we appreciate everything you do and what you mean to the Southeast Gassers and the Southeast Gasser family, and you really add a lot to our program.
And I'll be in Mississippi, Gulfport, Mississippi. My wife and I are going to make a vacation out of it.
That's a great one to do. The Racecation destination, Gulfport Dragway there. Britt Cummings and all those guys will be looking forward to that double race coming up October 10th and 11th.
That's good. And I got to apologize. I got a granddaughter, Marielle. It's her birthday. Sorry, Marielle. I'm not going to make your birthday.
I'm sure you'll send a nice present along. So that's Rick Taylor right there, driver of the Maverick. He Canadian-born, lives in Arizona, makes the trip out here all the time to race with us in the Southeast Gassers. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you, guys.
We need H gas and super stock to the lanes, please. H gas and super stock to the lanes, please.
live stream. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button. By the way, we're going.
Want to thank everybody out there online for tuning into the live stream. We're going to go now to the finals from Jackson, Tennessee, and Jackson Dragway right now. As we get both cars into the pre-stage and ready to go. All right, Jeffrey Ferguson taking the win right there. 086 on the tree for him. That was a little bit better than for the elapsed time. He basically out-ET'd him right there. 5:95 was the elapsed time for Jeffrey Ferguson. 6:09 being the elapsed time for the Southern Comfort of Todd Wimberly. And
Jeffrey Ferguson, 2 races in a row now. You found yourself the first one at the stripe. So this time we made sure that we didn't go by our pit, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. We drove straight back to the staging lanes this time. I practiced on the golf cart yesterday, and after test and tune, making my way back up here.
Well, this car, a lot of horsepower. I mean, and what a beautiful piece you got here. Today, was it an easy day for you, or what adjustments did you have to make to get this car down the track?
Man, it's been a struggle since we got here. We came off the trailer last night. We made our first test and tune pass, and we did a burnout as soon as I dropped the clutch. So we came back, made another hit, took a lot of clutch out, made some shock adjustments. It got a little better. I think we went like a 6:14 or something last night. That's not great. You know, we set the record to the 5:89. We took more clutch out for the first qualifying session. I forget what we ran, a 6:0 something. And took more clutch out for Q2, took more clutch out for first round. And I took more clutch out, and then we got the bye run first round for being number one qualifier. And we ended up running a 95 in the finals. So we got our power back, but I don't know if you've seen the video. I ain't watched it yet, but that was one awesome ride out there with me and Todd. It was all over the track, but I thought I was back at Bonneville in this whole car.
Well, they did make for a great final, and Todd Wimberly, the number one man in our points right now, a worthy opponent. But, you guys have really come in here in AFX. You did your homework. You got a great piece right here. And, going and having to take so much clutch out, that's really a testament to the power you're making.
Yep, that's right. George Gallimore, he's my crew chief and the car owner and the engine builder. Man, he built some great horsepower because Todd was out in front of me about the 330, and once I hit third gear and turned it sideways, I pulled back around him. But we got a good piece.
So a little Bonneville Salt Flats and driving by the seat of your pants paid off today.
Paid off, yeah. That 300-mile-per-hour record paid off today because I would have aborted any other time if I wouldn't have thought I had it, but because it was all over the track, about half track. But it was a fun final.
Well, it was great for our fans to watch. Congratulations to you again, Jeffrey Ferguson, your winner here today in AFX at Jackson, Tennessee.
Karen Mitchell stands out in front of the last rebel, giving him his instructions of where he needs to be. Karen Mitchell out of the Huntsville, Alabama area. Lacey Spring, Alabama is where Jerry Dean calls home. Brian Dalton Sr. from Sevierville, Tennessee, right there in the resort area of Gatlinburg. That beautiful Futura Falcon that he possesses in the left lane. So Jerry Dean takes another cup home with him. 6:56 elapsed time for him, 7 flat for the Superstock car of Bryant Dalton. So that was
Jerry Dean, winner today here at Jackson Dragway. It never gets old, does it, Jerry?
No, it don't. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work. It really is. We had an awfully good car today. Yesterday we was ready to go home, but today was a good day for us. Really was. We didn't run as fast as we wanted to, but we done all right.
You ran enough to get to the finish line first.
Yeah, we didn't fool with the governor. We just left it alone.
Well, that being in tongue-in-cheek, but Jerry, I mean, I don't have my records in front of me, but I know last year you won 8 races. How many is that for you this year? What do you have total?
This will be the 4th one.
So you've got 12 races. Yeah. You've won 12-time winner so far in 2 years.
Yeah, we've lost 3. 2 last year and so far 1 this year.
Well, today, what were some of the elements that you were battling that were giving you problems out there on the racetrack?
The heat. Clutch meant a lot because the heat would mess with the track, and it'd scoot you around and all that, and you had to stay on top of it, which I got the best clutch person in the world, I think, and she stayed right on top of it, and we lucked up and running the 40s all day except for the final, and that was tickled us.
Well, you know, that they say that. I mean, it's
Leslie Horn. Got you in the tower, not where you want to be because we've had some developments. We saw you take a round win, and Alan Pittman turned on the red light. But tell us what the development is and explain it to our people listening out here and online.
Well, what happened was I went in through there and I broke third gear, and I got stuck in third gear, and I got down to the other end. The car cut off, and I got it started back up, and Alan had went on in front of me, and he went across the scales. Well, when I got it rolling, it was popping and binding, and I rolled right past the scales like 10 foot and then stopped. And then I couldn't get the car backed up. It was stuck right where it was at. So then people come up, including some of my crew members, trying to help me push the car. And so then it was determined at that point that when somebody else touches my car that I was disqualified. So that's kind of what happened. So Alan did get the win. It was my fault for not going up on the scales. So 100% goes to Alan.
Okay, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here because I don't know, and maybe some of our fans out here that are watching or listening don't know. I've always heard worst or first. So is worst someone touching the car, or is first his red light giving the win to you?
Well, the rules state that, no crew member can touch the car before it goes across the scales. Had nobody touched the car, we would have been okay. However, the car was locked down, but we did manage to get it freed up before we could get it across the scales. But there again, the crew did touch the car. Some of my crew member did, along with several other people. Therefore, it determined it to be disqualified. That's basically what happened.
Okay, so that clears that up. So we'll be seeing Alan Pittman in the next round and not Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so interesting. We've never really had that come up before, but that is the rules of racing, and, no one's above that, even the owner and the defending world champion. But kudos to you. Thank you for coming up here, letting us know that, and it not just show up out here and me go, I don't know what's going on, because that's what would be the case.
Hey, we all learned something today, including me. I had no idea, or there wouldn't nobody touch my car.
Well, live and learn, I guess, as they say. This one's a hard lesson to learn.
That's okay.
All right, well, so we'll see you at our next race in Gulfport, Mississippi, November the 10th and 11th.
Yes, sir.
All right, Leslie Horn, current points leader, defending world champion, been disqualified here today at Knoxville Dragway on really a tough technicality that didn't know anything about. But we'll move into our H-Gas semifinals right here. We got Quayne Stott driving the Studebaker of Todd Hines, the Corn Pop, and he's going to race. I know the guy's name's Seth. Let me get over here to my paperwork. Seth Landis. Seth's car is a 1955 Studebaker, and he's got a 1953 front clip on it. So he's from the Knoxville, Tennessee area. Young man, 24 years old. He always makes our races here. He ran a Plymouth Fury with us last year and has now moved up to the Studebaker, trying to knock off a world champion in Quayne Stott. Going to be tough right there. Quayne Stott, the #1 qualifier, and a big reaction time advantage by Stott. And he'll take it down the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane to a win. So Quayne Stott moves on to the finals. Larry Noel will have a bye by virtue of being the #1 qualifier here today. So he'll run for elapsed time, or maybe he won't. I don't know. Looks like he's going to do a burnout and make a full pull right here. So Larry Noel has the option of just taking the green light and the win, or he can try to run it through and make a full pull right here to see if he can get lane choice over stock. And that looks like that's what he's going to do as he come out of the water box with a very serious burnout right there. All right, Super Stock and C Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock and C Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. All right, we need C gas and B gas to the lanes, please. So Super Stock, you should be there. We need C gas and B gas to the lanes, please. In the Super Stock semifinals right here, Cody Royal is going to be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Cody Royal's out of Griffin, Georgia, in the car called the Breeze. He's going to be racing another Georgia racer out of Doraville, Georgia. That is Rob Walden in a 63 Biscayne, 409 cubic inches underneath the hood for Walden. Guarantee you somebody out of the state of Georgia going to win this one. Johnny Royals down there, the dad looking on very anxiously to see if his son Cody can pull off a little upset right here. So Rob Walden takes the win right there. Cody Royals out did better than him on reaction time, but Rob Walden did better on elapsed time and drove by him for only a 0.04 of a second margin of victory. So 0.04 of a second was the margin at the stripe where Rob Walden moves on to the finals. We need B gas and A gas to the lanes, please. B gas and A gas to the lanes, please. Jerry Dean out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama, has himself a bye right here by virtue of being the #1 qualifier in a 12-car field. So he's going to run for elapsed time right here, where he's going to try to pick out his lane versus Rob Walden, who will be his opponent in the finals. All right, that sets up our Super Stock Finals, and that'll be coming your way next round. That'll be Jerry Dean and Rob Walden getting ready to get it on. We need all, if you're still in competition, we need you in the lanes. A, B, and C should already be there. So B and A, you need to be in there as well. We'll just keep rolling with this thing, and so keep our program moving right along. All right, first pair in the semifinals. Number 1 qualifier, Jaron Purdue. He's going to be over there in the quick time performance lane where he has really liked being all day in that 62 Chevy 2 Nova. Gene Fulton power underneath the hood for him. Diana Casto out of Shelbyville, West Virginia in the quick draw. That beautiful Falcon. She's going to be here in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Diana Castro pulls off a 001 reaction time, 1,000th of a second from perfect, but still that is not enough. She did all she could do behind the wheel right there, but Jaron Purdue puts down a blistering number, and that might be low ET of the round, of the event for C Gas. So Jaron Purdue moves on to the finals. Another 2 competitors that are very familiar with each other. Josh Pruitt, the young blood out of Inman, South Carolina, in that 63 Ford Fairlane. Dwayne Bush race engine under the hood. He finds himself in the quick time performance lane. Pruitt, the number 7 qualifier here today. He's taking on the number 3 qualifier and 2-time world champion Tim Hall out of Abbeville, South Carolina, in his 1967 Rambler called the Scalded Dog. Hall sits over in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane here for this matchup. These 2 drivers have met each other multiple times in racing. Don't know their round record against each other, but it is a very highly contested race when these 2 guys get together. Holy moly! That car gets up on the front, on the back wheels. Had to break a spring as it come down. We saw fire shoot out from under the front end right there. I don't know if Josh Pruitt thought that it was going to get up in the air that high, but what an incredible launch. Jimmy Hall, please tell me you got that. Jimmy Hall, please tell me you got photos of that one. Holy moly. That's right, fans. That deserves a big round of applause right there. I hope our photographers got pictures of that, and we'll see that coming out in Gasser magazine soon. Holy moly. Folks, I don't know any other form of motorsports that you're going to see anything like that happen again. Only here in the Southeast Gassers. I'm telling you what, that car come down in a shatter of sparks coming out from underneath it. What a race, guys. That's what we do here in the Southeast Gassers. B-Gas and A-Gas, you should be in the lanes now. B-Gas and A-Gas cars, you should be in the lanes now, ready to go. All right, here's the top half of the semifinals right here. Ken Rainwater, number 2 qualifier here today, going to be taking on the number 5 qualifier in Ted McKee. Both drivers in lanes that they really like, so this is going to be an interesting matchup. Rainwater stayed over there in that quick time performance lane in the Renegade all day that he's had lane choice. McKee has really favored the RACE Motorsports insurance lane, and he's in that lane that of his choice. So McKee in the Larice lane and Rainwater in the quick time performance lane. Huntsville Race engines underneath the hood for Ken Rainwater with the mechanical fuel injection and cylinder heads provided by One Way Technology. Gene Fulton Race engines underneath the hood for McKee. 320 cubic inches is the cubics that he is claiming this weekend. That's a drag race right there, folks. And Ted McKee takes the win. Wow, that is a big win right there for Ted McKee. Wow, Ted McKee, margin of victory right there is going to be 0.43 right there. McKee had a 0.25 light to Rainwater's 0.89 light. And then that's a whole shot win for Ted McKee as Rainwater elapsed timed him. But Ted McKee takes the win right there. And that is a win that Ted McKee desperately needs to keep his hopes alive for a championship here in 2025. That is a heck of a drag race, folks. Now, Mike Blackwell, the number 3 qualifier, being that there's 3 buys here, the number 3 qualifier, he won 2 rounds of racing. Now here in the 3rd, he's going to get a buy. So it'll be Mike Blackwell and Ted McKee, a couple of Gene Fulton Motors in the finals. Got to think that the Thunderstruck of Blackwell going to run for elapsed time, but coincidentally enough, he's favored that quick time performance lane on the right side. So maybe he does not do a hard burnout, but it looks like he is. He's going to run for elapsed time. You got to wonder if he thought about McKee liking the RACE Motorsports insurance left lane. He wouldn't have to do anything but take the tree right here and save his equipment. But he's elected to, by that burnout, he's elected to run the car hard. Daughter-in-law Mandy going to back her father-in-law Mike up as he is in that quick time performance right lane. 1955 Thunderbird right there. So Blackwell going through his routine, not changing anything that he does. And routine is very important for our drivers and any driver in drag racing. They like to go through their routine and do it in a timely manner. So he's going to not take any chances or rush anything. And that will get Mike Blackwell lane choice. So Mike Blackwell takes lane choice away, so he'll have lane choice in that final matchup in B gas as we get ready for A gas coming up next. It's got to be Chase. Chase, the first car's out. Really? All right, the Phillips-Pittman matchup, the P&P matchup coming your way. You heard Leslie Horn talk about earlier how he was disqualified, and that gave the win over to Alan Pittman. So Pittman finds himself in the quick time performance lane in his 41 Willis out of Greenville, South Carolina. Kenneth Phillips in the 58 Corvette. 412 cubic inches of Gene Fulton power underneath the hood of that 58 Corvette. Gene Fulton power, also the power of choice for Alan Pittman in the Pittman and Sword 1941 Willis. Couple of gorgeous old race cars right here, older looking race cars right here. If you're Alan Pittman, you're just glad that the car's going straight and getting down the racetrack. Now they're going to keep adding some power and try to put more power in it to see where that line may be, and hopefully they don't find that line and they just keep adding power and more power. So Kenneth Phillips takes the win right there, but still another round of racing that Mike Sword and Alan Pittman can look for and see that car's performance continuing to improve, especially in the handling department. So Kenneth Phillips moves on to the finals, where he'll face the winner of the next matchup between Todd Blackwell and Chase Howard, the #1 qualifier here today. Todd Blackwell going to choose the quick time performance lane over there with his 477 cubic inch par race engine in his 66 Nova. He calls that car the Slingshot. Chase Howard in the 67 Chevelle Super Sport, the USA 1 out of Greer, South Carolina. He's going to be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane. It's going to be interesting here as Kenneth Phillips likes that left lane, and Chase Howard has really favored it today as well. So we know what the elapsed time was for him. We'll see if Howard does knock off Blackwell here, if he can out-ET him to get lane choice. Trent Howard bringing his brother back to the attention of Scotty Cannon and crew, making sure that car's lined up perfectly within its tracks. Trent Howard will bring him up to the beams. Mandy Blackwell bringing her husband, Todd Blackwell, up to the beams. Chase Howard takes the win right there, and he does get lane choice with his elapsed time there. Howard had the reaction time advantage and the ET advantage and drove away to victory over Blackwell. So That'll set up the Chase Howard and Kenneth Phillips, the number 1 versus number 2 qualifiers here today in a matchup for the finals to see who will take home the cup here at the Mountain Madness MAHLE Nationals in Knoxville Dragway. All right, AFX up next. Number 1 qualifier, Jeffrey Ferguson in the Wild and Woolly 2 out of Mississippi. Finds himself in the quick time performance right lane in that Chevy 2. Mechanical fuel injected, methanol fed Chevy over there. He's going to be taking on Todd Wimberly, the points leader here in our category of AFX. In the Southern Comfort, that 1965 Ford Falcon. So Wimberly out of McDonough, Georgia. Ferguson out of the state of Mississippi. And I got to be honest with you, Ferguson been on a tear, so Wimberly's got a chance to, he's got to get up on the wheel right here. Great reaction time by Wimberly, but not enough elapsed time as Jeffrey Ferguson drives around him on the big end. So Jeffrey Ferguson going to the finals here. Next up, the battle of the brothers in the recreation cars right here. Houston Platt's Dixie Twister versus Hubert Platt's Georgia Shaker 3. The Georgia Shaker 3 driven by Hubert's son, Alan, and the Dixie Twister driven by Rob Walden. The Dixie Twister, a 65 Chevy 2 fastback. Not many of those cars were brought out. It was initially brought out for a road racing application, and the road racers hated it. But when Houston Platt saw it, he said it might be aerodynamic enough to help me on the drag strip, because he saw those Barracudas and cars like that. So Chevy made that car for him. He named every one of his cars with the Dixie Twister. So, and then the Georgia Shaker was the moniker that Hubert Platt used all through his career and even into the pro stock days, as he had a longer career than Houston. Both these drivers in multiple drag racing halls of fame, as you see their recreated cars sitting before you here today. So Rob Walden going to get the win right here, because the red light catches Alan Platt. The big red eye catches Alan Platt. Jeffrey Ferguson taking the win right there. 086 on the tree for him. That was a little bit better than for the elapsed time. He basically out-ET'd him right there. 595 was the elapsed time for Jeffrey Ferguson. 609 being the elapsed time for the Southern Comfort of Todd Wimberly. And
Jeffrey Ferguson, 2 races in a row now, you found yourself the first one at the stripe. So this time we made sure that we didn't go by our pit, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. We drove straight back to the staging lanes this time. I practiced on the golf cart yesterday, and after test and tune, making my way back up here.
Well, this car, a lot of horsepower. I mean, and what a beautiful piece you got here. Today, was it an easy day for you, or what adjustments did you have to make to get this car down the track?
Man, it's been a struggle since we got here. We came off the trailer last night. We made our first test and tune pass, and we did a burnout as soon as I dropped the clutch. So we came back, made another hit, took a lot of clutch out, made some shock adjustments. It got a little better. I think we went like a 614 or something last night. That's not great. You know, we set the record to the 589. We took more clutch out for the first qualifying session. I forget what we ran, a 60 something. And took more clutch out for Q2, took more clutch out for first round. And I took more clutch out, and then we got the bye run first round for being number one qualifier. And we ended up running a 95 in the final, so we got our power back. But I don't know if you've seen the video. I ain't watched it yet, but that was one awesome ride out there with me and Todd. It was all over the track, but I thought I was back at Bonneville in this whole car.
Well, they did make for a great final, and Todd Wimberly, the number one man in our points right now, a worthy opponent. But, you guys have really come in here in AFX. You did your homework. You got a great piece right here, and going and having to take so much clutch out, that's really a testament to the power you're making.
Yep, that's right. George Gallimore, he's my crew chief and the car owner and the engine builder. Man, he built some great horsepower because Todd was out in front of me about the 330, and once I hit third gear and turned it sideways, I pulled back around him. But we got a good piece.
So a little Bonneville Salt Flats and driving by the seat of your pants paid off today.
Paid off, yeah. That 300 mile per hour record paid off today because I wouldn't have aborted any other time if I wouldn't have thought I had it. But because it was all over the track, about half track. But it was a fun final.
Well, it was great for our fans to watch. Congratulations to you again, Jeffrey Ferguson, your winner here today in AFX at Jackson, Tennessee.
So Jerry Dean takes another cup home with him. 6:56 elapsed time for him, 7 flat for the super stock car of Bryant Dalton. So that was
Jerry Dean, winner today here at Jackson Dragway. It never gets old, does it, Jerry?
No, it don't. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work. It really is. We had an awfully good car today. Yesterday we was ready to go home, but today was a good day for us. Really was. We didn't run as fast as we wanted to, but we done all right.
You ran enough to get to the finish line first.
Yeah, we didn't fool with the governor. We just left it alone.
Well, that being in tongue-in-cheek, but Jerry, I mean, I don't have my records in front of me, but I know last year you won 8 races. How many is that for you this year? What do you have total?
This will be the 4th one.
So you've got 12 races.
Yeah.
You've won 12-time winner so far in 2 years.
Yeah, we've lost 3. 2 last year and so far 1 this year.
Well, today, what were some of the elements that you were battling that were giving you problems out there on the racetrack?
The heat. Clutch meant a lot because the heat would mess with the track, and it'd scoot you around and all that, and you had to stay on top of it, which I got the best clutch person in the world, I think, and she stayed right on top of it, and we lucked up and running the 40s all day except for the final, and that was tickled us.
Well, you know, that they say that. I mean, it's what the adjustments you make because, you know, you can't control the temperature out here. A lot of times track conditions change, so how you adapt to that is really what put you here today, is what you're telling us.
That's right, and I couldn't do it without Karen Mitchell, David Richardson, Dennis Mitchell, David Dean, and Buck Rogers. And I want to thank One Way Technologies for the heads. They are excellent people. And Ram Clutches, and of course Roby and G-Force, best people in the world to work with, and they help us tremendously.
We have a great crew here, and we're glad that you're part of it, and glad you're part of this family. You and Karen and David all are together. Your winner today here in Superstock at Jackson, Tennessee, this is Mr. Jerry Dean.
Appreciate it.
Finalists rolling around right now. Jaron Purdue going to stay over there in the quick time performance right lane in that 62 Chevy 2 wagon called Fulton's Ghost. 287 cubic inch small block Chevy underneath the hood for him. He's going to take on the Clover, South Carolina racer Alfred Adams. And Alfred Adams going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane.
Jaron Purdue, man, you're rebranding this car, and what is the rebrand name going to be?
We're going to call the car the Ghost of Fulton's Past, you know, in memory of the white wagon. So this winter we're going to paint it all white and try to make it look exactly like, you know, Gene's first old wagon, and maybe we can win 7 world champions in it, you know. So that's the goal.
Well, that's a lofty goal to attain, to be as successful as Gene Fulton, but you were very successful here today and further extended your points lead.
Yeah, that was a big deal. You know, the way the ladder fell, you know, if Ernie would have been on the other side of the bracket, it would have made a big difference. And you know, that sucks. It's racing. It is what it is. But I was, you know, obviously I'm glad for my sake that it worked out the way it did. But it's still going to be a chase. Like, it's not over yet.
Yeah, you still got the 2 race days coming up in Mississippi, and you still got Knoxville coming up. So the back half of the season is not anything you can lay down on.
No, it's nowhere. Like I said, it's nowhere near over. 2 races in Gulfport. Obviously, we'll be busy for that for sure. But then you got big hitters like Todd Oden and them guys. They're not going to lay down. They're going back to do work. I hate it for Todd, man. That guy is such a good guy, man. He's top notch, along with everybody in the Southeast Gassers. But, man, I just wish that demon would leave him, and I hope he gets that stuff straightened out where he's not having bad luck. And like I said, it sucks. And, you know, this weekend was a letdown anyway. You know, losing Ron Allison. He's just an absolute great dude. And it's, you know, it's heartbreaking to lose somebody, especially somebody in our class, and that was so supportive of the Southeast Gassers. And, you know, it's going to be a tough deal for all of us. But, you know, hope Colby and all his family and everybody gets through this deal. And, you know, Ron would be, you know, pleased that he left the way it happened, I think. But it's just never a good deal, no matter what. But I think he left doing what he loved. So.
And what a credit to you and your crew as, you know, winning here at the same event. So, class act you are right here, Jaron Purdue. Thank you so much. Winner today in our C-Gas category at Jackson, Tennessee, Mr. Jaron Purdue.
Thank you.
That car called the Renegade. Mechanical fuel injection on that car. Ken Rainwater drives by him. That's an 036 light for Charlie Lee and a 037 for Rainwater. Rainwater a 578 with a 4 to a 579 with a 4 for Charlie Lee. So Ken Rainwater, you took this Renegade and you chopped down the field today in B gas here.
We did. We had a really good day. I ain't gonna lie, we struggled a little bit and kind of, track was good, but it was tricky. And we kind of got behind the 8 ball a little bit yesterday in testing and even this morning. And then we kind of figured out what we were going wrong and got it going. I got to give a lot of thanks to Alan Dudley and Teddy McElwain. If without them, me and my dad, we wouldn't be here. It takes a lot of effort. And me and Alan put our heads together today, and Teddy too, and were able to figure out what was wrong and pulled it off.
I mean, it appeared that you had the horsepower all day, but it was just getting it applied to this racetrack and keeping the car straight. I saw you guys stringing the car one time.
Yeah, we were stringing the car this morning because we just knew things were wrong. And I'll be honest with you, if it wasn't for one-way horsepower, we wouldn't win this race today. One way pulled us out because we couldn't get off the starting line, like we've been doing. But we were fast in the back, real fast, and was able to drive by a couple rounds and get the win. So yeah, big power.
Big power today and a big points day for you as well, Ken, in this chase for the 225 championship.
Yeah, semifinals for me was big, against Ted, and to get the win over Ted and then to go on to win the race, yeah, that was big.
Well, what plans? I know you're looking to go home now. You got to constantly still strive because the back half of this season is no laying down.
Oh no, we'll go home and we'll probably be testing, and not this weekend but next. And got a few ideas, a few things we learned the weekend. Sometimes when you struggle and you back up, you learn. So we think we learned a few things. We'll go test in a few weeks, and we're ready for Knoxville.
Well, learning you did, but also teaching the class in B gas. You're taking home the cup here today. Congratulations to you. Ken Rainwater, your winner here today at Jackson Dragway. Fastest cars on the property. Both these guys hail from Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Both these guys sponsored by Robbins Repairables out of Mooresboro, North Carolina. If you're looking for any used equipment part or car, check out robbinsrepairables.com. That's where I just bought my last 2023 Honda Ridgeline from them. Love it up there. Leslie Horn going to be in the LaRace Motorsports Insurance left lane. Bill Christopher in the Quick Time Performance right lane. A little bit of an abbreviated burnout by both of these drivers. These guys such good friends that when Ben Christopher had some trouble with getting a motor and having his motor in there, Leslie Horn let him borrow his second motor, and Ben Christopher was able to continue racing. That's how good friends these guys are. But I guarantee you, there's been no friendship after they rolled through that water box. And Leslie Horn wouldn't have it any other way, and neither would Ben Christopher. They want to see who got the fastest race car out here today. They hope they're all safe in doing it, but they want to go and be the first one to get to that stripe. Some great friends. These guys will eat lunch 2-3 times together a week, but they are not going to be eating right now for the next 5 seconds after these lights turn green. Woodfin Towing also on the side right there, as well as Leslie Horn and Associates Realty for these drivers. Chasing line power over in the right-hand lane with Ben Christopher, Gene Fulton power. Both of these guys sporting 477s underneath the hood. Who's going to be the first one to stage up first? We still aren't into the pre-stage yet. Christopher goes into the pre. Now they're in. Ben Christopher takes the win. And that is a lot of vindication right there for Ben Christopher. Christopher runs a 5:23 with a 7 to a 5:31 with a 9 for Leslie Horn. So that race right there, Horn got a little bit out of shape, and Ben Christopher took advantage of it. Ben Christopher, happy days are here again for you, my friend. After a long season, you have finally busted into the winner's circle.
Yep, it was 7 times. Leslie spanked me, and I finally got rid of the monkey. Finally.
Feels good. I don't know if it was a monkey or an 800-pound gorilla on your back.
Well, he's been tough to beat, so it's just been work and everybody helping me, and just very humble to be here. Just thankful also.
Well, you have stayed persistent and stayed working hard, and that's what it takes. And you know that in racing. You've been doing it for a long time, but the vindication is here today. You know, how did it make you feel when you went across that finish line? Did you get a fist pump in? What happened?
Oh, yeah. When I went to third and went to fourth, and I didn't see him. I already started fist pumping, and nothing's on video, though. But, you know, I guess I'm just so used to doing that, drag racing over the years, that, you know, it just comes natural for me. So, yeah, I was already celebrating before I crossed the finish line there. So
your car performed so well today. I mean, the work that you've put in has got this car straight. The motor's performing. Talk about your new power plant.
Yeah, first I want to thank God first and foremost for giving me the ability to come and do this. And yes, definitely Jason Line has definitely stepped my game up. There's no doubt. Roby at G-Force. You can see all my sponsors here. I hate to not mention any of them, but I got a lot of sponsors, Woodfin Towing, and just they're so thankful, so thankful.
Well, you're right. The J-Line Motorsports power has really stepped your game up, and you've been equal to the task. Your winner here today at Jackson, Tennessee, Mr. Ben Christopher and A Gas.
Thank you, David.
So here with the winning crew chief here today in A Gas, Richie Pugh. You know, you've been known as a man who likes to take care of birds.
Well, going back many years ago, there was a guy that raced with the series here. His name was Dean Harris, and his rival was Jerry Birch that drove the Freebird. Well, Dean's motto was caged the wild animals. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put the chickens and the War Eagles or the Iron Eagles in the cage. And we got the man to do it right here and got the car to do it. And Ben has worked his tail off to make this car work like it does. So I'm very proud to be part of what Ben does every week.
Well, you guys have got a winning combination now and you're finding in victory lane. So congratulations to you guys, the winning crew chief Richie Pugh right here in A Gas.
RACE Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. RACE Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. RACE insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. RACE even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call RACE Motorsports Insurance today.
All right, we got AFX going to be the first class for finals. This is finals time. The lights are on. The stars of the Southeast Gassers are about to come out and shine. Coming around the corner right now, the wild and woolly of Jeffrey Ferguson. He's out of Mississippi in that Chevy 2. He'll be over in the quick time performance right lane. And in the left lane is going to be Rob Walden. Walden out of Doraville, Georgia in the Dixie Twister, the 1965 Chevy 2 Fastback. Walden builds the power in that mechanically fuel-injected, alcohol-driven motor. He's got a job on his hands if he wants to take out Jeffrey Ferguson right here, as Ferguson been one of the hottest drivers in AFX this season. Both drivers hit the pre-stage at the same time. Ferguson with a huge hole shot advantage. And he takes the win right there. Well, not a hole shot, but a starting line advantage. Rob Walden went in deep, trying to deep stage and throw Ferguson off a little bit. But Jeffrey Ferguson makes sure he goes across the scales down there, and he will be your winner here at Knoxville Dragway in AFX today.
Thanks.
All right, H-Gas going to be the next finals up. Larry Noel in the Crazy Pony, that 48 Anglia out of Aiken, South Carolina. He's going to take the quick time performance right lane, and Quayne Stott driving in substitution of Todd Hines in the Corn Pop in that Studebaker will be in the RACEDAY Motorsports Insurance left lane. Stott goes into pre-stage first. Larry Noel taking his time. Now he's in. Noel lights it up first. And Noel turns on the red light. Quayne Stott going to be your winner here today in H-Gas. So Quayne Stott takes a win in H-Gas in the Corn Pop of Todd Hines. So the red light of Larry Noel takes him out of competition right here and gives the win immediately over to Quayne Stott. Stott just on a Sunday afternoon drive or a Saturday night cruise down to the end of the drag strip as we get ready for Super Stock to come next. Going to come hard and fast. All finalists are in the lane, so it's going to be Super Stock C, B, and A, and we will conclude everything tonight. We do invite fans over to the winner's circle, which is located behind the tower here, adjacent to the staging lanes, where you can see your favorite driver get their championship trophy for today's race. You can have your picture made with your driver, speak with them, get up close and personal. We invite you to always come over and enjoy that as fans of the Southeast Gassers. And let me say once again, we appreciate your patronage here today as we get ready for Super Stock Finals coming your way. All right, now they're down to 2 in Super Stock. Rob Walden in the 63 Biscayne sits in the Quick Time Performance right lane. The Strychnine of Rob Walden, 409 cubic inches of Chevy motor that he builds himself out of that Lamar Walden race engine shop there in Doraville. And into the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane, Jerry Dean from Lacey's Spring, Alabama. His car called the Last Rebel 2. Rob Walden, the last man to beat Jerry Dean in competition here in Super Stock, and going to try to do it here again at Knoxville Dragway tonight. That's going to be a tall order, but one that Rob Walden has plenty of experience in doing. Karen Mitchell getting Jerry Dean lined up in his Chevy 2. She is the crew chief on that car for Jerry Dean. Jerry Dean with a starting line advantage, and that proves to be enough as he takes the win here. So Jerry Dean brings home another Super Stock trophy to add to his trophy case here from Knoxville Dragway. Now we move into our gas categories. All right, gas category, C gas, 10 pounds per cubic inch of displacement claimed. Jaron Purdue out of Peebles, Ohio, going to be over in the Quick Time Performance lane, where he has preferred to keep that 62 Chevy 2 wagon all day long. Gene Fulton Power underneath the hood for him. Purdue, the current points leader in a C gas, as he's trying to add to his total and extend that point lead even further over Ernie Smith, who went out in the first round here today. Tim Hall with a starting line advantage. Is that going to be enough? No, it is not. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second, as Tim Hall, reaction time of 0.74 to a 0.92 by Jared Purdue. Purdue's elapsed time of 6.04 with a 7 at 112 miles an hour beats out Tim Hall's 6.08 with a 7 at 112. So 0.04 of a second. And then you take the margin at the starting line, and that makes 0.02 of a second margin at the stripe. Jared Purdue wins 2 in a row here in the state of Tennessee. All right, Mike Blackwell over in the quick time performance lane out of Campobello, South Carolina, in his 1955 Thunderbird, the Thunderstruck. Gene Fulton race engine under the hood for him. His daughter-in-law, Mandy Blackwell, bringing him back. Alexis Phillips bringing back Ted McKee, the other finalist here. McKee from Lenore City, Tennessee, in the Blake Housley built 1966 Chevy 2 that he calls the Rocky Top Missile. 320 cubic inches under the hood here for McKee. McKee trying to cut into that point lead of Ken Rainwater, and he has to do that round by round, but he's got a big task getting around Mike Blackwell right here, as these two cars have been very good all day. Ted McKee, a former world champion here in the Southeast Gassers in B-Gas. So this one's going to be a good one. Heads up on the starting line as we get ready to go to action. Brian Harris making one last adjustment as he tunes on that Thunderstruck race car for Mike Blackwell out of Campobello, South Carolina. Ted McKee takes the win in his hometown track here today. He got beat on reaction time. McKee's 0.73 to Blackwell's 0.59 reaction time, but the elapsed time at the end of a 5.72 for McKee turns out to be better than the 5.95 for Blackwell. So Ted McKee, the Tennessee boy from Lenore City, wins here at his hometown track. You know, I talked with Ted McKee earlier, and he did say this weekend was a pivotal weekend for him and his race team to get back into this points category and get back into this points race and try to tighten it up, as Ken Rainwater had run out there a little bit. So makes up a couple of rounds right here. So does Ted McKee. And so that'll play interesting as we get ready to go down to the Gulfport Dragway for our nationals down there, that we've got a double race coming up. But here we are, the fastest cars on the property, the kings of the sport of the Southeast Gassers, the A gas category. And we're down to finals right here with two great running Gene Fulton motors in these race cars. Chase Howard over in the quick time performance right lane. 67 Chevelle Super Sport USA 1. 477 cubic inches of big block foot and power underneath the hood for him. Scotty Cannon behind the race car, helping with tuning duties on the chassis. Trent Howard out in front of the race car, helping back his brother up in the tracks that Scotty Cannon is guiding him into. Keely Lear helping out her fiance, Kenneth Phillips, in his 1958 Corvette, the Silver Streak 2. Phillips, the number 2 qualifier out of Campobello, South Carolina. Howard, the number 1 qualifier out of Greer, South Carolina. So 1 versus 2 right here for all the marbles up here on Rocky Top. Chase Howard rolls the race car. We will remain quiet till we find out from personnel what's going on with Chase Howard. He's out of the race car, folks. He is out of the race car. Chase Howard is out of the race car under his own power. Glad to get that news from the top end that Chase Howard is out of the car under his own power. Wow. Tough to watch from up here, folks, but these cars are really, really moving real quick, and glad everything turned out okay. Naturally, Kenneth Phillips did win that race, and I know his concern has already turned to is Chase Howard okay? And getting that word from emergency personnel that he is out of the car under his own power on the big end. So, folks, as we conclude this today, we once again want to thank you all, our patrons, for coming through the gates here today and choosing to spend your day with us here at the Knoxville Dragway and seeing the Southeast Gassers. And if you didn't see exciting racing, folks, I tell you, you need to check your blood pressure and your pulse, because you saw some of the most exciting nostalgia drag racing in a heads-up format that there has ever been in this country. And I know I may be a little bit biased to that. But as you go home today, please remember that your right foot is a restrictor plate. Let's keep them out of the roads and ditches, and we'll come back and see you sometime right here next year up on Rocky Top. I am David Lancaster, the voice of the Southeast Gassers, wishing you all a good evening, and we'll catch you next at the Gulfport Dragway on November 10th and 11th for our Gulfport Nationals.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.